Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us. First, I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. For the record, we have Councillor Dogar online, as well as Councillor McGrath. And Councillors, you please have your cameras on for voting purposes, please. If anyone in the audience wishes to address Council on any of the agenda items, please see the Legislative Service desk to my right and register prior to the submission of your agenda item. Before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wishes to serve notice of motion? Notice of motion? Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Notice of motion, K. Cardinal, July 10th, 2024, regarding First Nation voting rights. I, Councillor Kendrick Cardinal, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the September 10th, 2024 Council meeting. That administration bring forward a report that provides information and options related to those who live on First Nation reserves having the opportunity to vote in the municipal elections.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Are there any other notice of motion?
Actually, I'll let it cool down for a bit. I won't read this one right now. Thanks.
Do you have any more? Okay, thank you, Councillor Cardinal. I have one I'm putting forward, disparity in electricity distribution and transmission rates. I, Mayor Sandy Bowman, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion on Council's consideration September 10th, 2024 Council meeting. Whereas across Alberta, electricity transmission distribution vary by geographical location, which results in disparity in pricing. Whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo should be treated equitably and fairly in Alberta. Therefore, be resolved that administration review and bring forward a report outlining options that the municipality can consider in relation to disparity in electricity distribution and transmission rates. Secondly, municipality procurement process and impacts to local contracts. I, Mayor Sandy Bowman, serve notice my intent to bring forward the following motion for council consideration to September 10th, 2024 council meeting. Whereas in 2021, Council directed administration to bring forward a council procurement policy inclusive to social procurement, as well as work with stakeholders on Indigenous procurement policy. And whereas on September 14th, 2021, Council approved the procurement policy SCM 100, which is inclusive of social procurement and Indigenous procurement. Therefore, be resolved that administration bring forward an update to Council on municipalities' procurement policy and processes, including social and Indigenous procurement, as well as information on percentages of funds invested by the municipality on local business and local Indigenous businesses. Before I move on to moving the agenda, do any councillors have any issue with us going to item 5.4 following the MACOY presentation? I'm seeing none. It's a budget amendments.
Capital budget amendments.
Oh, okay.
Capital budget amendments.
Okay. I wanted to remove something from consent agenda, though. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Ball.
Can we remove 3.3?
We're just not at. That's the next after we move the agenda. So after this part. So can I have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented, which is moving 5.4 following the MACOY presentation? Councillor Bajoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
A seconder for that motion? Thank you for the second, Councillor Weigel. And all in voting? Councillor Dogar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to take any items off the consent agenda? Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to remove 3.3 from the consent agenda.
3.3. Thank you. Can someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the recommendations contained in items 3.1, 3.2, 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6 be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Thanks for a second, Councillor Weigel. Have a vote. Mine.
Council members may have to pull down on the left-hand side of your tablet to vote. The system needed to update based on the reordering of the agenda.
And Councillor Dogar, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to presentations, we have the Mayor's Advisory Council on Youth Year-End Report. I'd like to invite, who's coming up? Monisha? So we have Monisha and Diya joining us via Teams.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and councillors. My name is Monisha Velmurgugan, and joining me virtually is Diya Laha. We are members of the Mayor's Advisory Council on Youth, and tonight we are presenting on what we did in our community with our 2023 to 24 council and how our work is significant. In this presentation, we are going to talk about MACOY, who we are and what we do. Where did we volunteer and how we gave back to our community and what we learned. What events we attended and what we learned from that experience, and our main project we focused on this year, the anti-racism engagements. And to conclude, why is MACOY so important to our youth in our region?
So to begin, the Mayor's Advisory Council on Youth, also known as MACOY, is a youth advisory group that advocates to the Mayor and Council on issues and topics directly impacting youth within the community. Members of MACOY represent the youth in the community, and this is ensured effectively as we have multiple students from all schools in the region. And here we included a group picture, so there's all of us here there. I like to say that MACOY has grades ranging from grade 9 to grade 12 to ensure that all our voices are heard effectively. So as part of MACOY, one of our responsibilities is attending council meetings on Tuesdays, and as we try to further understand what is happening in our community. Throughout the year, MACOY schedules to meet together once a month, and during our meetings, we typically meet with a councillor or the mayor to ask questions about what happened during council meetings. We also meet with guests who work in various sectors of the RMWB to gain more knowledge on what they do, as well as provide youth insight. This is to help us come up with ideas for a yearly project. Once we figure out a yearly project, we utilize the resources that RMWB offers us, and we begin working. This year, we focus on anti-racism, which we will touch on later. So part of our volunteering, we, aside from attending council meetings and having meetings of our own, we dedicate some time to volunteering in the community, which gives us the opportunity to engage and actively put our best efforts into improving the community. And as part of MACOY, we have volunteered at Starry Night, Santa's Parade, the Adopt a Trail program, Junior Boo, Festival of Trees, and the Soup Kitchen. So here are a few pictures of us volunteering at various locations, as I said. I volunteered for Junior Boo and the Adopt a Trail program, which Adopt a Trail program is basically community cleanups and making sure that our community is clean. And other events that we volunteered at were to help support the community.
So alongside volunteering, we have attended various events held in Shell Place. In these events, our MACOY members learned the numerous opportunities in our region that would benefit the youth demographic. At some events, certain members of MACOY were asked to give insight on behalf of the youth population. This experience further helped MACOY members learn about the importance of networking and the youth voice. So part of MACOY, we attended Momentum 2023, Convergence YMM 2023 and 24, the BIPOC Student Union, and lastly, the Cost of Living Brunch and Learn. And this is just a group picture of us at Momentum. It was really, really fun. And this year, our MACOY group focused our main project in the area of anti-racism. In alignment to the Council's strategic plan and collaborating with many municipal departments, we scheduled in-person engagement sessions at 3 high schools. These engagements were aimed to gain a youth perspective on how we could improve racism with the youth demographic. Students were given a presentation on how impactful racism can be and asked to fill out surveys to gather input. After gathering input from our students, we were finalizing a report with administration that could be available by the fall. Our work is found on the RMWB website under the Participate Wood Buffalo page, where the results for the polls and surveys were answered by students in grades 7 to 12. One of the results we gathered is a word cloud. Students were asked to answer how they would think an inclusive region would look like, our main answers being peace, love, and respect. Members of MACOY were given an opportunity to choose the artist to paint this mural. This mural will demonstrate what the youth envision anti-racism to look like in a safe and inclusive community. This public art will be painted in the Parsons Creek Pond Tunnel. This mural is important because it symbolizes a goal we youth want to achieve, and having this displayed in our town will be impactful and personal as we make a mark in our community to do better. And these are just some of the pictures we took at our engagements at Holy Trinity and Westwood.
Why we believe MACOY is so great, because we believe that MACOY has had a great influence on the youth in the community for the past few years, and has provided the opportunity for youth to step outside their comfort zone and be part of something bigger than themselves, bettering the future generation of citizens. And while MACOY is fantastic at providing youth insight into the community, MACOY gives its members an opportunity to build public speaking skills and meet like-minded individuals in the environment that fosters growth.
Before we close up, I would like to extend a special thank you to Mayor Bowman and the councilors, as well as the staff we work with, Nicole, Elise, and Danielle, for always being here for our MACOY members and supporting us through our engagements and throughout the year. Thank you again for listening to our presentation, and we look forward to the contributions in the future of the MACOY program.
Thank you so much, both of you. It was great to see you all year, and I hope the next group is as engaged as you two are. Questions from council? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Monisha and Diya, for your presentation. This was a program that I was really excited when I came on council. I saw that that you guys were involved and learning. It was super exciting. A couple of things I guess I wanted to ask is how many schools are actually represented on MACOY right now?
I want to say all the high schools, so like McTavish, Westwood, Comp, Holy Trinity. I think that's it.
Okay.
I want to say 4.
So at least a representative from each high school?
Yeah, we have around 3 members from each high school in our community.
Amazing.
Committee, yeah.
Also Islamic school, sorry, just to add, we have Islamic school as well, and Islamic school, Composite, Father Merck, Westwood, Holy Trinity, McTavish. So that's about 6 high schools in the area.
Amazing. Thanks, Diya. How does this show up in each school then? When you guys go back, I saw the presentation, but how was that to the classroom? Was that to the whole entire school? How does this now show back up in the high schools?
So through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we had like posters set up, and like for McTavish, we did it in a classroom. I think for Westwood, they did in a library. So it really depends what space is available, like in a short time notice due to like the fire and stuff that we had. So if Diya would like to comment too, that would be nice.
Yeah, for sure. So how we did it at Westwood, and I know for Holy Trinity, we reached out to multiple student groups within the school. So for Westwood, I can speak on and say we reached out to Student Council, Black Student Union, and other unions involved. And we put up posters around the school on the announcements, etc., just inviting all students to come and share their ideas and share their thoughts in a way that is safe and inclusive. We also brought some lunch, so kids weren't hungry. It was during lunchtime, so it was a good time. Yeah.
Awesome. And did you guys find like there was a lot of engagement? Like, do you actually find that there's a lot of students engaged or interested in what's going on with council, or do you find it just kind of a one-off?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I feel like my peers really enjoyed the presentation and what I was involved with, and I know some of them are going to join MACOY next year. For what I heard from other peers in MACOY, I think there was a lot of engagement. Sure, there's like silly responses, in the presentation, but other than that, I think everyone was really, really engaged and stuff. Diya, if you'd like to comment.
Awesome.
I think specific to anti-racism, which is what our project was on, our focus was on, a lot of students were definitely interested because this is a topic that affects a lot of us. So given the opportunity to speak up in a place that is open to hearing your ideas, I feel like that was a great opportunity. We also had like private or anonymous surveys for people to fill out on their phone. So although maybe some students might not want to share their voice very openly, they can at least share their ideas private or anonymously.
Awesome. Two more questions, and I'll let my fellow counselors, and I'll put them together. For each of you, what was the biggest surprise learning from council that you didn't know? And then what can we do to best support the MACOY program going forward?
Through the chair to Council, to answer the second part of your question, I feel like if you guys can come to our meetings and just see what we do and everything, I feel like that would be really great. Just to get a hold of what we would like to what we would like from you guys, because I'm only speaking on behalf of our members.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I would like some of the counselors to join me. I know some of you guys have, but if you guys would all like to come and see what we do, that would be great.
Awesome.
And sorry, what was your other?
What was your biggest learn? What was your biggest takeaway that you didn't know beforehand?
Through the chair, the procedures.
I think we're still all learning that, but no. Awesome.
Yeah, Diya, if you'd like to comment too.
Yeah, so I think my biggest surprise about council was how, to be quite honest, how excited you all seem about MACOY, and that makes me very happy.
That's awesome.
But I will be honest, I've been on MACOY for a few years, and during my time on MACOY, it was COVID, so everything was virtual, and obviously that sort of engagement, that in-person piece was there. So being back in person this year and seeing everybody and seeing council being so engaged, I'm really happy about that. And I think that in itself is great support. It shows that we get to directly see you guys and know that we have people behind us who are supporting what we do.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Keep on going. You guys are the future generation. So we appreciate that you guys are engaged in this and hopefully continue. Hopefully see you guys in the seat one day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor McGrath.
Well, hello, guys. Thank you, through the chair. Piano schoolmate. I'm alumni. You guys are trailblazers. Always nice to come and I guess here's the key. He loved the seniors and loved the kids. Had a vision, and you guys are the next generation of leaders. And I'm sure you learned a thing or two from me how not to act, how to learn how to write. But I can tell you that. It's certainly nice to see our staff and you guys have grown in numbers. And I've seen you in high schools graduating, and here you are, young men and women. So my question would be, how bad have we been this year?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, what do you mean by bad?
Well, I can't write and I can't read, but unlike you, I got a love for doing. So if we're going to set you guys up for success, stay home with mom and dad, and try to turn the generation around that where children, you know, they had daughters, they moved on. So what can council do to make you more comfortable staying at Keano, staying around? And because I know a couple, I'm not going to call you, between the two, you have more service than maybe most of us, but I know I've been graced lots of ways, 17, 18 years working with you. And just to see what Guy started, I think this is close to 30 years. And that bench out there outside the City Hall, that means something. MACOY is a great organization, and I know you guys put a lot of work in it. It's not because I get a free biscuit or chip or something at your meetings. I just think that you're a very colorful group. And I'm long-winded. Kids are our future, and that's the only reason why I started. So I love being a trustee. Kids and others, you guys count on us. So I'm asking an honest question. You've gotten more council meetings than I have probably over the years. How could we better serve today's leaders and tomorrow's leaders?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath. I would say the biggest for me is presenting more opportunities and voice for the youth. I know MACOY is a great start for everyone, for the youth demographic, but if there could be more opportunities, getting youth more involved in politics, government, because I'm also in debate and everything for the Alberta Youth Parliament, and we talk about all that stuff, and I feel like everyone, like some of my peers and some of the youth would be really, will like to be more influenced, like in our town. So I feel like there's more opportunities for youth to get more engaged in this environment. That would be nice. Schooling wise, I feel like we're doing a really, really great job. There's a lot of, compared to big city, there's more one-on-one time with students. That's what's come to mind so far, but I think we're doing a really great job. But yeah, Diya, if you'd like to comment.
I can't really speak for myself, but I think one thing to work on would be similarly to what Monisha is saying, but giving more opportunities to not particularly us who live in the city, but many students who live in the rural areas of RMWB who may not have the same opportunities as us who live very close. I think that's the biggest one that comes to mind. But in all honesty, I know you guys do so much for us, and I know that there's a lot of positive efforts to the youth in the community. So I'd say keep going, but definitely more opportunities for those in rural areas who maybe not have the same opportunities as us who live in the city. But thank you for asking that question. It means a lot.
I know that you're a very thoughtful group, and I think we have, in 2004, we had about 7,000 kids in the school system. And today we're hovering around close to 20,000 in all Northlands, you know, the school. So all I'm saying is that keep on going, and if there's anything that we could do to make your life a little bit easier, because we're supposed we're supposed to look after the kids, look after the elders, and we should be strong enough to figure that out. God bless you. Have a nice summer, and I really mean this. It's not the cookies or the chips. It's nice to see all the kids do well, and hopefully 5 years from now. And I'm going to tell you something. Here's a bit of advice from the old guy. You want to try politics? You know, look at a few of us first, and then you might go and become a doctor or a lawyer, something like that. You know? But no matter what you are, you make a difference already. And I know I say that with all my heart. And tap that chair for Guy on the way out, because Guy Boutillier, from the day he took office to the day he finished office, he served his office, and he always thought about the kids. And that's what made him my champion. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Stroud?
And thank you, Diya and Monisha, for the presentation. I attended a couple of the meetings on behalf of Mayor Bowman, and we had some lively conversations. Were you able to complete the Rayside project and present to administration so we can move forward with the Rayside policy, anti-racism policy?
Through the chair to Counselor. Honestly, we're just kind of helping support the idea, and I think the administration's really working in the fall because we're finalizing the report, and I'm not completely sure. I'll get back to you, of course, in the fall.
Thank you. But I know you were doing a lot of work on it. And I'd like to see the youth from the rural in the MACOY group. How do you feel we can include them?
Through the chair to the counselor, I feel like I don't want them necessarily to reach out to us. I feel like we should also go to them. So if we can have like meetings or like just some events that we can all attend to, like exchanging ideas and stuff, I feel like that'll be really, really great. Because I know there's, like Diya said, there's a lot of people who really like MACOY and want to join, and rural people don't really get that opportunity as much as we do in the city. But if there's like events or meetings even just to like meet each other and kind of network, that'd be great. Diya, if you'd like to comment as well.
Yeah, so on to what Monisha was saying, a lot of students in rural areas, because they are a little bit far away, they might not know about the opportunities. They might not know that MACOY is something that they could be interested in. So like Monisha was saying, us going to them and showing them what is possible, I think that gives them the opportunity to at least sleep on it, at least think about it, and maybe it is something they're interested in. And then moving forward, I can see us making efforts to, if we could invite them here, maybe providing transportation or anything that would make their lives just a little bit easier and not make it so hard for them to speak up. I think that's the best go about it. I'm sure there's other ways as well, but that is what comes to mind right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Even going out, we have a school in Anzac that has, high school students from John V. and Anzac. And I think intermingling with them would be really good and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for that presentation. It was a joy to join you for a couple of times as well, and always good to learn and hear you ask some good questions. Thank you so much. I also want to appreciate the choice of the focus for your group, anti-racism. Unfortunately, we are still fighting racism after so many years. We still have to keep coming up with ideas on how to counter racism worldwide, not only in our society here. So thank you for that. So my question is, first of all, what did you find in terms of the experience of other students, and how are they managing this one? And how can we as leaders help drive the message of anti-racism specifically in this region to be able to help the Blacks, Indigenous, and people of color? And we have quite a number in this region, and they continue to face racial discrimination.
All right. Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, I feel like most of the root cause is from peers itself, like it's friend-on-friend bullying. That also stems from what we learned from home, like what the parents are doing. So what we found in the engagements, like we gave the option to some students to write an anonymous, oh my God, I can't speak.
Anonymous.
Like a note on their personal experience.
Yes.
And they can't write their names or whatever for personal reasons. And most of what we found is just what their friends said and such. And that's kind of hard to hear because I experienced it as well. But I just thought, it's all joking, but there's extremes to that, obviously. a better way to advocate for that. I think what we're doing right now is really great, just going in schools and just telling people, like, you know, there's something we can do. Like, we want your input on that. Like, how are you feeling about it? What can we do to help? I feel like that's really just like advocating for the cause. That's really nice. And I know if you guys want to check out our website, we have all like the polls and surveys listed and what other people have said. But most of the cause is just from other friends bullying other friends. But yeah, just to help that out, probably advocating. But to advocate that, the first step is going to schools, because that's where mostly everything happens. That's basically it.
Yeah, so is there anything you can do to challenge us as leaders, what we should be doing, or you think we are up to the game? Is there anything more that we can do as leaders in this region to fight racism? Because having the policies and bylaws and this and that hasn't been the most effective, in my opinion. Is there anything that we can do more?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoka, I feel like I said, it stems from the parents' actions and stuff, so maybe talking with the parents, that could help as well.
Which I'm one of them.
I mean, because kids, we learn from observing, and if parents are, you know, saying or doing bad stuff, then we observe that, learn from that. So if leaders could, you know, talk to our parents or something like that. I'm not completely sure, because I'm only speaking on behalf of MACOY, and I know all of my members have really great ideas. But if you also like to comment.
Yeah, so something about racism that I have found, especially when we did the engagement at Westwood, is that many acts of discrimination or built up ideas, so like what Monisha was saying, that friend on friend bullying, becomes so much normalized over the years. And this begins in elementary, to be quite honest. It begins when the kids are young, right? And that is scary to think. But that idea of stereotyping and assuming certain things about certain people, it becomes hurtful, and it's so normalized today. Now, if you meet anyone in high school, they'll tell you they're not racist, because we know racism is bad. But racism is so much more than saying certain things, but it's how we treat people and how we look at people and how we think of people. My biggest thing is denormalizing, if that is even a word, but just not normalizing racism in the way that is still continuously normalized, and how that little things and little snarky comments people say about each other, just making it known that while it is seemingly fun and games, it is still hurtful, it is still bullying, and is still being racist. So denormalizing that would be my biggest thought process. How digital leaders can do something about that? In my opinion, instead of, while we are trying to denormalize those subconscious racist comments that people make, I think, and so in my opinion, the community is doing a great job, is making different cultures more normalized. So one thing that the high schools have done recently in the community, and Councillor Banjoka, you might be aware, the Black student unions across the city have hosted a barbecue, sharing their culture and enjoying some good food with some good music. And that in itself feels very, in my opinion, feels very normal. It's just a way of expressing culture with youth, and it almost not eliminates entirely, but it does close down that alienization of that students have against each other and different races, different cultures. Just making it more normalized and allowing people to feel represented, that in itself helps so much. And honestly, the community does such a great job with that. The RMWB is doing really great with that. And I think if we continue to push forward with that, we could see some progress.
Thank you very much. And I really want to reiterate what you said, which is, in a nutshell, we can teach what we know, but we reproduce who we are. So as parents, we need to do better. And thank you for that.
It's a little harsh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. And thank you for the good job. We really appreciate it.
Councilor Bujoko. Councilor Dogar.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Mayor, do you listen me, hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, presenters Monisha and Diya, for coming and apprising us and thinking process develops. It's a great job. You both are doing it. You people are lucky that I have been to many countries. You have were very lucky to land in the best country of the world, which adopts every man who comes from abroad, from different cultures, different background. You see, I was 48 years old, school and college and everything from back country. Here I was just a normal labor or something, very away from the offices. But even then, this community gave me a great opportunity. I was involving myself in some volunteer works to pay back. But, you know, I'm a councillor now sitting here, and the highest vote that Councillor Banjoko, you know, from our ground, she got it. So this is a great community. This overlooks everything that you do it, and you people are lucky that earlier you come and better you adopt this culture and traditions and cultures and follow that. And you people are doing a very good job. And please try to involve more people in it and invite me also. I would try to contribute in any way I feel, that is possible. And also my question is that how many presently you have? So I want to see next time it should be more number in your organization. How many you have now?
Through the chair to the councillor, I want to say...
Councillor Dogar.
Yeah, to Councillor Dogar. I want to say around 16. Yeah, thank you, Nicole. Yeah, I want to say 16 people, but I'm pretty sure we can better that. We'll try to keep it.
Okay, even if it is 16 is quite a number. Every organization starts from 1. And from 1, you know, the precedence is there and the efforts bring you more and more. And don't be anytime disheartened from any of the small things. Even discrimination sometimes happens in a home also, in a family also, in the same clans also. So don't be disheartened. Keep going, keep going, keep going, please. Thank you very much. You seem to be very encouraging and bold ladies, girls, and please keep on doing. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for patronizing them. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor, through the chair, to the presenters. Thank you so much for your top-notch presentation. I appreciate it. What I appreciate more is you ladies being able to come here and present in front of this. That's true. In front of us. That shows true leadership. It takes a lot for a person to be able to come and sit in council and be as calm as you ladies. And you future leaders guaranteed. I know that you guys, what makes you a great leader is that you think outside the box. Outside the box of Fort McMurray. There's more to just Fort McMurray for the regional municipality. There's our rural communities, which is Indigenous based. The majority of them are 90% at least Indigenous based, and Council strategic plan is highly around reconciliation with the Indigenous communities, and they're all throughout those rural communities. And it's important that I acknowledge that because you've shown true leadership, thinking outside the box, and it's not only about Fort McMurray. And I did want to say kudos to that. One question I did have was, like rurally, how much of an engagement has MACOY engaged with any of the rural communities specific?
Through the chair to councillor, I personally haven't attended that many events with the rural community. I'm sure we can engage more with them, as I mentioned. I'm not completely sure because I haven't personally experienced. If Diya would like to comment too, that'd be.
So In the past, when it was obviously COVID and everything was virtual, I believe we had an easier time reaching out to rural communities because they could join virtually. However, in my opinion, there is so much more to do. It hasn't been as much as I'd like to see, but the goal is to moving forward would be to bring up that engagement.
Yeah, and to add on, I feel like, yeah, as I said, if we could reach out to them, also not them coming to us. So if MACOY in the future, if there's an event in the rural community, we can also go out, help, volunteer. Well, that'll be great.
Yeah, thank you for that. One thing about the rural communities is, they sometimes they don't really know what's going on, and this is such a great project, and being able to instill those committees into the rural communities, I think, is very important, especially if MACOY is spearheading it, and then they get to learn from such great individuals like you two and your committee, and I think that's very important. So not only that, it will align with our strategic plan and have that will coincide together. So I appreciate your presentation, and you keep on going, and thank you for the great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. In closing, I just want to say I'm so proud of you two, as well as everyone else in MACOY this year, last year, the year before. You've done so much. You've always been engaged. You're president of the meetings, and that's one of the things I asked for, was just show up to the meetings to have questions when we came. And you guys have outdone yourselves. Usually the whole back road here is MACOY. And you've been to some long meetings, so I thank you for that. And something I learned, and I didn't know it at the time, but I think Diya taught me what a reverse selfie was, which until that time I thought that was actually just a picture. I thought that was just a plain photograph. So thank you for that. So thank you both for all you've done. Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
Next up, we have a report on capital budget amendments. I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Corporate Services, to introduce the report, please. And that's 5.4 in your agendas, everyone.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name, for the record, is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Here with me this afternoon is Elliot White from our Project Management Office. We're here this afternoon to present two capital budget amendments for Council consideration. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget subject to the provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Policy FIN 160. Administration has identified two capital projects to be submitted for capital budget amendments. The capital budget amendments will result in a net decrease of $1 million to the 2024 and prior capital budget, as outlined in the budget net change summary. The first request is for the cancellation of the Albion Drive full rehabilitation project. After completing a competitive process, the resulting submissions exceeded the approved budgets of $1 million. Reassessment of the project resulted in the decision to cancel the deep utility work portion of this project. The remaining road rehabilitation scope will be transferred to the road surface and alleyways improvement project. The second amendment is to include the Albion Drive road rehabilitation scope to the road surface and alleyways improvement project. The overall approved budget of this project will not be impacted. It is recommended that this project be amended to include Albion Drive. Administration is recommending that the 2024 capital budget amendments, as summarized on Attachment 1, 2024 capital budget amendments, project cancellation and amendment, net impact dated July 9th, 2024, be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on Attachment 2, 2024 capital budget amendments, project cancellation and amendment, cash flow summary dated July 9th, 2024, be approved. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Laurie. Councillor Ball?
Thank you through the chair. I certainly understand why this is happening, but I guess my question is, do we not need to do the work on Albion now? Like we identified it as work and it came in over budget, and now we don't need to do it, so we're canceling it?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. Albion Drive was part of an assessment that was done approximately 5 years ago. It recommended the undergrounds to be replaced. The project moved forward to replace those undergrounds. However, when we took a step back a minute and looked at the infrastructure that's underground, we realized quickly that the Albion undergrounds haven't been, there was no need to do any repairs thus far. Normally, underground services keeps track of break histories and things like that. So without a break history and knowing how long that pipe usually lasts, we realized that there was some life left in that pipe. So we wanted to maximize the life of the pipe. So we felt that, a road surface of similar to Albion Drive has about a 15-year, 20-year lifespan. And the analysis that was done demonstrated that Albion Drive's pipes could, or the water line could remain for another 15, 20 years.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. That was my next question, because if the road's going to last, if the pipe's going to last 7 years and the road's going to last 15, we're going to dig up the road to fix the pipe. So it sounds like we're not. So right.
Correct. There is, to the chair, Councillor Ball, there is risk that we will see obviously failure of that water line. However, we haven't seen any breaks on it thus far, and to the administration, it's a sound engineering decision.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, presenters. Nice seeing you, always, both of you. My question is, this Albion Drive, I suppose it is in Abasand of the road drive is off Athabasca Drive?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. Albion Drive is just to your first left. So you head up Abasand Hill, hang a right at the main intersection. It's your first left.
Okay, thank you very much. So what I could read from my papers, please correct me, are we lapsing this fund, $1 million?
Through the chair, can you repeat the question, please?
My question is, I think 1 million was the estimate, and that 1 million you are giving to some other head. Is it, am I correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the $1 million that was assigned to the original project will be returned to the Capital Infrastructure Reserve to be used for future projects.
Fine. Are you carrying out some repairs to make it workable? I have seen the condition about a few months back, few weeks back. So it is really very inconvenient for the residents.
Yes,
Are you doing some repairs? Yeah.
Chair to Councillor Dogar, yes, with the cancellation, the road surfacing portion of the work is just being transferred to another project. So we do recognize the poor condition of the road, and it will be addressed with this approach.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. So the Albion Drive full rehabilitation is going to be cancelled, and this will be merged with another project. Is that correct?
Through the chair to councillor, if the project is cancelled, another project will replace the surface of Albion Drive. So,
okay. So, first of all, going through your submission, it's not quite clear how high the bid is or how the differential. So we don't really know anything other than it's higher than the projected amount of 1 million. We don't know if it's 20,000 more, 500,000 more, nothing. Then my concern here is this road still needs to be fixed. And you were saying that you move this 1 million to the other project, and there will be zero impact to the overall budget if we match the two. Am I getting you correctly?
Through the chair to Councillor, we have two projects. The first project will be canceled. And what we're doing is we're shifting the surface component of this project into another project that's already funded, that had available funds in it. This other project happens to be a paving program, so it aligns perfectly with Albion Drive and what infrastructure we need to repair. So the community will still see work on Albion Drive. They will still see a replacement of Albion Drive surface, road and sidewalk. Yep.
Through the chair, so the scope is going to change slightly in order to be able to accommodate the price differential. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the Councillor Benjoko, we are removing only the underground, the water line associated with Albion. That water line will remain as is.
Okay, so, and this work is still going to be done on the Albion Drive?
Through the chair to Councillor, we are in the process of, we've closed the tender.
Okay.
And we're ready to start the process. So the plan is to start Albion Drive this year.
Okay. I'm just wondering how the budget would line up perfectly, but we'll see if it won't be another round of coming back for amendments. And so that was concerning for me.
Through the chair, I'll respond to the statement. At this time, the project that we have that we're executing has funds available in it.
Okay.
At this time, we're not seeing a need to come back for any amendments.
Okay.
We're simply just shifting the surface over into another project that better aligns.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Elliot. Just further to Councillor Balls. So we canceled the project because it was over budget. But then after reassessing, it was determined that the work wasn't necessary to do. So what would have happened if what if we came on budget? Would we have still canceled the project, or would we have done the work?
Through the chair, it's an excellent question, so just allow me a minute. It was scheduled to be replaced. Had the number came in at a low enough number, it would have been reasonable to replace it. However, because it came in so high, it became fiscally irresponsible to replace it. So that was the reason why we had that shift in planning.
How much higher was it?
Through the chair to Councillor Bushi, I don't have the exact numbers. And I'm not sure if it's even public information, but okay. It was significant enough for us to step back a minute and reevaluate.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
We can come back with information.
No, I was just curious.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Do you have any questions from Council? Councillor Cardinal.
Mayor, one quick question. Thanks for the presentation, Laura and Elliot. Thank you. I'll get that next time. Did administration not know about the lifespan prior to engaging with council for the capital budget?
Through the chair to Council Cardinal. This gets into a little bit of process when we go into evaluating infrastructure within the RMWB, or frankly, any asset management through a municipality. As you can imagine, there's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of data sets associated with each part of the infrastructure that we have. So there's 1,000 kilometers of water line pipeline and such. So when you do an evaluation of the entire municipality at one point in time, what you do typically, or what we have done typically in the past, is use age. We look at the age of pipe. We look at also break history as well. With Albion Drive, it's a pipe that's sort of at nearing the end of its life, but again, there's still a little bit left. And the thresholds that were set as part of this program sort of pushed Albion into the replacement stage. So you have to appreciate that the volume of infrastructure that we're managing, it relies on history. I don't necessarily want to say this, but we may have failed to look at it closer at the time of asking for that funding. It wasn't until we started looking at how our finances looked like, leadership changes, things of that nature. We started looking a little bit closer at some of these things and realizing that maybe we can get 15 years more out of this pipe. And that's what this is about, is doing something different. The program that reviewed the undergrounds and our infrastructure associated with undergrounds and roads and sidewalks, that program, that will change a little bit moving forward. We're implementing a pretty major CCTV program that will look at the pipes using a camera to get a better handle on what our infrastructure looks like, rather than using data sets and age of pipes. So I think I did my best to answer your question, because it's a very important question you asked, and it's important for us to get it right. So.
Yeah, I appreciate the response. Yeah, it is important because we don't want to have failed pipes, obviously, and the lifespan of them is important to know. You say 12 to 15 years. What year were these pipes put in?
Through the chair to councillor, I don't know the exact year. However, based on history of Abysan, we know that the pipe would have been installed in the late 70s. So it's approximately that vintage.
Oh. So, for clarity, how long do you guys believe logistically they would last from now till their lifespan ends?
Yeah. Through the chair to Council Cardinal. So typically a pipe would last 75 years. What we found in Abysan is that the soils in Abysan are acidic, and what that acidic soil does is eats the pipe, decays the pipe faster than typical. So we haven't done any studies to really appreciate that issue. Back maybe 10, 12 years ago, a lot of Abysan, sort of the older section of Abysan, was replaced. So there's a few sort of outliers out there, and Albion is one of them. And so to answer your question, 75 years is typical. However, we're dealing with a pipe that's located in soil that's rather acidic. So
that's all. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Then Councillor Cardinal, Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. Appreciate the learnings. So Abysan Neck proper. You say it was Albion, and which road?
Through the chair to councillor, it's only Albion that we're discussing on the underground. So it's Albion.
One half needs to be demoed, and the other half is good for 15.
Through the chair, we're suggesting that the pipe has enough life in it that we can leave it in the ground and still replace the road, and be able to appreciate or that road will last long enough such that we can replace that pipe the next time we do road repairs or road replacements.
So it's just the asphalt top you're doing, and
correct.
I'm just wondering through the chair, the curbside and sidewalks and stuff from the recovery committee, they were punch listed to be finished, and I think some of them were in that area. And at one point there was going to be a little pot of money come for the brutality that the roads took when we were walking the dozers in. Do you know, through the chair, if that money was ever collected?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I will say that the infrastructure that was damaged, which aligned with the DRP program, was replaced by the municipality using DRP funding from the province.
So that side, the Avisan Neck, and the curbs and gutters around the other side is all done, and the province looked after us?
Through the chair to Councillor, I would say that the province worked with the municipality to identify those that infrastructure that was damaged, and that was subsequently repaired.
Through the chair, Elliot, what year did they bring the main force feeds across from the Horse River?
Through the chair, I believe it was 2015.
And they're feeding into the pipes, I guess, in Navis, and now we're doing a bypass underneath, and it comes out underneath 63. All that velocity, did that add to your work and to the wear and tear?
Through the chair, was the question about does the additional infrastructure add to the wear and tear to the pipes?
Yeah, to the pipes that you're referring to. I would think, anyways.
Yeah. Through the chair to Councillor, I wouldn't suggest it would, particularly in that area. The neck, as you refer to, of Avisan is newer.
Oh yeah.
It's newer, so the pipe is newer and would have less issue handling the pressures. But it's, everything that we do in operations is we keep the pressures low enough that the pipe is able to handle it. So the particular pipe we're referring to for Albion is simply just a pipe that leads from Athabasca Drive into a development. It doesn't tie into any of our key infrastructure that works on transmission mains or anything of that nature.
It was just force feeding out a lot. Elliot, I appreciate what you're going through. I never seen a pipe last 75 years, but Kirk Sweetapple and Curtis King would love that. Appreciate what you're putting on. And just one question. In the big scheme of things, when you come up across the river with the big 36-inch line, that bypass that's going across from McMurray in, I guess because your operation, you might be able to solve a curious question. Did the building shift? Is that why your buttress around the building?
To the chair, I'm not aware.
It seemed like we were already out of there. Building was now we're excavating around, and then there's like an open wall towards the highway.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any building shifting. I believe the question might allude to the fact that we were in there last year excavating, and we're back excavating again. Is that the question?
Well, actually, the building was built, was packed and filled.
Yeah.
And to see that we're excavating and we're putting fill back in, but that wall is vertical and is not supported. So I'm just wondering, what's the chance of that caving in?
Yeah, I think we're getting off topic, Councilor McGrath, as we're dealing with the Albion Drive there.
That's right, because I think that some of that water feeds from Albion Drive. I believe it will at some point. I just think the more water you put in the pipe, more pressure you got. So I just look at the jobs we're doing, and you know, sorry for asking the question, but I'm not really sorry, because that building, we were almost done it, and there's no change orders came through. So I guess business as usual. Thanks, Mayor Bowman.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councilor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Through the mayor to Elliot. All right. How much? What's the cost analysis from? What did it cost us to actually pull out of this and do an analysis initially? So, time-wise, monetary-wise, what did it actually cost us, and what are we actually losing in the process of just the work being done, as to us pulling back from the work, and you know, how could we fix it?
Through the chair, I think I understand your question. You're asking, is there any sunk costs? Has the administration spent any additional energy on this? And how do you monetize that? How do you put a value on that? I'll make a statement is that yes, there's energy loss associated with going to tender and canceling this. There's energy lost by the administration. We recognize that industry also had been involved in this, and we appreciate that, and we can always do better. But we felt that the decision associated with canceling was more important for us as a municipality and a community. To put a value on the amount of energy that put in, it's difficult to say. It's definitely much less than what we're saving by keeping that pipe. But if that gives you anything, I don't know. But it's hard to say, really, to be honest. Okay. So the amount of, we did the design, I think it cost us a change order of approximately in the order of magnitude of $10,000 to clean up drawings and then retender them. So it would only be our sort of time associated with the tender. Yeah. Okay.
What did industry have to do with it? How much money did they pull out? Or okay.
Through the chair, industry would have bid on that job.
Okay.
And we do our best as a municipality to not tender something that we maybe plan to cancel or anything like that. We want to put something forward that's we know can. Let me try again. We know that we can stand behind, but with this particular one, it was one that we looked at and said, this didn't sit well with the amount of money that would have to be invested for that pipe. So industry spent time putting bids in, so they would have taken time, and that's a loss on them, and we appreciate that. I talk to the industry all the time about that, and it's something that we always strive to do is reduce the amount of canceled tenders that we have, and I think we've done a significant job over the last year or two preventing canceled tenders, because it's energy in that we spend and what the industry spends.
I guess there's one last question. How important is this learning experience for administration to be able to not have it happen again?
Through the chair to Council Cardinal, I think this is the first one, and there'll be others. And so I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate the question. When you have change in leadership, when you have change in staff doing different roles and different things, you look at things differently sometimes. Not to suggest that the decisions made at the time are wrong at all. I'll openly admit here today that the company that I worked for at the time was the one that recommended to replace this pipe. So I was a little busy at the time when that report came out, and I didn't have a chance to review it. But it's a decision-making process that takes a long time to make. And admittedly, I was working for environmental services at the time when this pipe was put on the docket for replacement. So whatever that means, I'm not sure.
All right, thanks, Elliot. I got no more questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates, thank you.
Thanks. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2024 capital budget amendment is summarized in attachment 1, 2024 capital budget amendment, project cancellation and amendment, net impact dated July 9th, 2024 be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on attachment 2, 2024 capital budget amendment, project cancellation and amendment, cash flow summary dated July 9th, 2024 be approved.
Thank you. Thanks for the second, Councilor Boussier. Do you have any other questions, comments, or debate points before we vote? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In future, I would like to see more information so that we make informed decisions. Right now, like I said, I don't know how far off the bid is to the budget. So I don't know what we are approving right now. And the second thing is, when we are moving these projects, we keep moving the projects. They're not going to get any, the prices will never get lower. So I have some concerns. I don't know if I'm repeating myself, but that for this particular presentation, I wasn't convinced. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for council before we vote? I'm not seeing any, so call for a vote.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. I have a question.
We're already in vote, Councilor Dogar.
Okay, fine. Okay, sorry for that. Okay.
And Councilor Dogar and Councilor McGrath in favor?
Opposed, Your Worship?
Okay, sorry, Councilor McGrath. Thank you.
My mic wasn't on, sorry, sir.
No problem. Councilor Dogar, are you in favor or opposed?
Yes, favor.
Thank you. And that's carried 7 in favor. Thank you, everyone. Next up, I'll ask Elliot to remain seated. We have the flood mitigation report on Reach 6. Whenever you're ready, Elliot, go ahead.
Through the chair, my name is Elliot White. I'm here to present the flood mitigation project Reach 6. I'm here on behalf of administration. I'm going to kind of skip a few slides here, and you'll appreciate why in a minute here. So I want to take a minute because I think administration would like to say something before we start with the details. We just want to take an opportunity to thank the following stakeholders on this project. We worked with a lot of stakeholders. We work with the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee. We work with the Wood Buffalo Downtown Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committee. We work with Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee. We work with the Wood Buffalo Pro-Business Advisory Committee, 4 in total. We worked with Economic Development. We work with the RCMP. We also want to thank those members of the public who participated in the engagement sessions. And lastly, we want to provide a big thanks to the Heritage Society. They provided a lot of input into this project, a lot of support, and we look forward to working with them in the future. And I'm going to work this slide deck backwards from here, so excuse me. So the next steps that we have are clear. So Reach 6 is always part of flood mitigation. We're going to come back every quarter, and we're going to give you guys updates on Reach 6. What we hope not to do is come back looking for budget, but we may have to do that if necessary. The following 2 recommendations are in front of us today, and I'll walk through the recommendations first, and then I'll get into the details of what those are. So we are, administration is recommending 2 following motions: that flood mitigation Reach 6 project be approved with structural mitigation placed at a minimum elevation of 250.9 meters between Clearwater Drive and Clearwater River, with consideration for future expansion of Clearwater Drive. We also recommend that administration proceed with relocating the Heritage Shipyard to a new location within the riverfront alongside Reach 6, and to provide structural mitigation for all historic artifacts to a minimum elevation of 250.9. So we'll walk through now what that means. First, we're going to talk about cost estimates, and cost estimates are important to this project simply because of the size. We have 2 options in front of us. We have the option of raising Clearwater Drive. That raising of Clearwater Drive would provide the mitigation necessary for river breakup. Option 2, the structural mitigation. It's a series of berms and walls that would be placed between the river and Clearwater Drive. So what we see in front of us here are 2 numbers, each one representing the cost of each option. So if we were to raise Clearwater Drive, it would cost approximately $94 million. If we were to put a berm and combination berm walls between the river and the road, we're looking at a cost estimate of $55.8 million. What's important here is this is just the results of an exercise, a probable cost estimate exercise. We look at the planning that we've done so far. We look at some historic costs that we've seen, and we put this together. It's based on the preliminary cost estimate. Design. So at this stage, we're only doing a Class D. So a Class D probable cost estimate has a rather large range. It has a range that can vary from -30 to +50%. What that means is that this is not the cost of the project, but an estimate. So if we were to raise Clearwater Drive, we could see a project that could cost anywhere from $72 to $141 million, depending on the final outcome. With regards to structural mitigation of the berm, at 55.8, the range could be between $43 and $83 million. So I just want to make sure we're clear that what a Class D estimate provides, it provides us a tool to make decisions. It provides us guidance towards, what the final outcome of the project would look like. This is a very important slide because it does drive decisions tonight. This is the approximate area of Reach 6. We're showing 4 different areas. This is also an important slide because it shows the proposed locations or potential locations of the Heritage Shipyard. It currently sits in the pink zone. Based on our analysis, we believe that we know for a fact that it would be very difficult to manage the shipyard in that area. So the recommendation is we are moving the Heritage Shipyard. We could move it to the pink area, or sorry, the blue area, the light orange area. Since we've developed this slide, which shows the dark orange, since we've developed this slide, we've had a conversation with Suncor. Suncor is the owner of the area that the dark orange sits on. Suncor has indicated that they're not interested in selling this particular piece of property. They would like to continue care and custody. That piece of property is contaminated, and they're not interested in necessarily transferring that risk and liability to anybody else. We have had a meeting with Suncor. It was a very positive conversation with Suncor. So they will be doing some work this year looking at more contamination, but they're open and willing to support us in any way necessary for flood mitigation. The statement that they made to us is that although they would not be able to attend today, that they would say they would like to lend us any support that we would need in order to move this project forward. So I just want to make sure that's clear. With the remaining 2 spots, the blue and the light orange, a portion of the blue area is owned by Imperial Oil. We are in conversation with Imperial Oil. This is also a contaminated site. Imperial Oil is interested in selling this property. They're interested in selling the property to whomever would like to purchase that property. They're interested in putting it on the market. Obviously, they see the RMWB as someone that would be interested in that property, and they've reached out to us. At this time, we've worked with Imperial Oil on different occasions. I would say different generations of the municipality over time. The most recent offer is simply a nominal sale, a sale for $1, a sale for $1,000. And at this time, it's very difficult to suggest that we would take on that kind of liability, to take on a historical area that's been contaminated. We have knowledge of how much contamination is there, and it's quite contaminated. We have a plan to move forward. Because Imperial Oil, it may take time to negotiate it if we do choose to purchase that property. We do have a plan. I'll show you another diagram in a minute, but if we're not able to come to an agreement with Imperial Oil, we would be forced to build a wall off of their property, but between Clearwater Drive rather than a berm. So before I referred to a berm and a wall, that's what I refer to as a wall along Clearwater Drive next to Imperial Oil. This is the rendering that we have of what we're calling option 2 of the berm. So what we see here is Clearwater Drive. We have a berm to the right in between Clearwater Drive and Clearwater River. That is a berm approximately 3 to 4 meters in height, built of clay, and it's capped with topsoil with grass. We also have a trail on top. This is the cross-sectional section of what this would look like. The exact layout of where the berm lies will depend on the detailed design. This is the overall layout. You'll note here, this is what I was referring to earlier, the red line that we have there, kind of in the middle. That's approximately where Imperial Oil lot is. So if we start on the left, we have that we have a green line. That's a approximate location of where the top of berm would lay, and where that red line would be the wall. We have a blue box. What that demonstrates is that we can put the Heritage Shipyard in a location at Reach 6. It doesn't necessarily mean that's where it will be at the end when we're finished, but we wanted to demonstrate to everyone that it is possible to relocate the Heritage Shipyard and maintain similar size of what they are today. So that was the option 2, structural mitigation, the placement of a berm wall between the river and the road. So this is very similar slide to before, so I won't get into too much details. This shows where the road is raised. What happens when you raise that road? The footprint grows. So basically this shows that those colored areas are narrower. Some more renderings. On the right, we have the same vantage point as we had before, looking downstream of Clearwater Drive. We see Clearwater Drive being raised. We see the approaching road also being raised and ramped up. We also see a structural wall, retaining wall at the corner. For every road that connects into Clearwater Drive, we will need to build a retaining wall to ensure we get the height necessary, and also allow us to build this road and not impact property owners in the area. Here's another rendering looking sort of upstream, or going towards, I suppose, Home Hardware, looking upstream of the river. So again, raise Clearwater Drive, toe the slope in a place such that we're not impacting property lines. Again, a cross section. This one is a little bit different, where we have the raised road, and we're not impacting the area in between the road and the shore. Similar to before, this is a similar sketch. However, we see the roads that lead into Clearwater Drive, your King Street, your Queen Street, they ramp up. There's impacts to those roads. They'll be built similar to the end of Main and the Hardin, where we see the road raise up to that 250.9 mark. Again, we show the blue area for the Heritage Shipyard. We show access roads. Option 1 is raising Clearwater Drive. This is what we've worked on for quite a long time, and it's important to bring up each 4 of these topics. There's 4 topics are land availability. We've talked about the land. We have 3 owners, ourselves, Imperial Oil, and Suncor. This makes it very difficult to construct. We talk about the Heritage Shipyard and protecting it. It's a very important decision for this community, and it's a very important decision for the Heritage Society themselves. We talk about the 4-laning idea of Clearwater Drive. At this time, this community wouldn't support additional laning of Clearwater Drive, but it's important that we plan for the future. This community sees changes constantly, and we don't know what our future will be, but we plan to continue working on this project in a manner that if we need to see expansion to that road, it'll be available to our future generations. And the last one is the alignment. It's the main question: is do we raise Clearwater Drive, or do we put that berm between the Clearwater Drive and the river? What we did is we conducted 7 workshops. These 7 workshops, they were attended by those folks that we talked about earlier. They were also attended by internal staff along with the RCMP. We had a total of 73 subject matter experts reviewing these decisions. So the recommendations in front of you today are sort of the outcome of these workshops. They haven't changed in any way. So I just want to make sure that it's understood that it's not just administration coming with these recommendations, but there's some understanding, I suppose, of those committees and how they feel about these decisions that sort of formed our recommendation. This is Reach 6, so the current budget of Reach 6 is $62 million. As we saw earlier, the current cost estimate of Class D is not $62 million, but we're recommending that the budget remain the same until such time that we're able to bring the project to much farther into the detailed design, and then we can review the budgets at that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Elliot. Councillor Dogar, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a very, very fine presentation and very professional. A lot of work done. I attended the 2-3 days back meeting also. My question is that can't we reconsider it 250.9? You know, it is such like floods came in decades, and we are worried today to spend money, so much of money, and because there's shortage of money in our own budgets. And we are laying off people and minority people. 10-12 people have been in this month also. So please, that should be reconsidered. Number one. Number two, there is no need of 4 lanes. There's not much of a traffic. You know, lanes are because of the traffic, and that is probably reconsidered, please. And the third one is putting the berms. You know, why don't we use the road, Clearwater Road, and raise it further and use it as a safety against
Councillor Dogar.
flood? Yes.
Can you, just for a question, Councillor Dogar, do you have a question there?
Can you please reconsider the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Elliot. A couple things. When you talked about having subject matter experts, was one of them upon safety? I know that was one of the biggest issues when we talked about raising Clearwater Drive versus having the berm and then the long side on the other side. It was the visibility of people on the other side and the safety issue. Was one of the experts on safety, and where did they come to on that subject?
Through the chair to Councillor, we had the RCMP involved. We also had Bylaw involved. So they provided us with guidance. There was no particular objection from either party to suggest that one option versus another would be more or less safe. I believe that if safety is a concern, that measures need to be put in place to lower that risk, whatever option that is. We showed a demonstration of a rendering where we see retaining walls on raising Clearwater Drive. We don't know if those become areas of safety hazards. We simply just don't know. You know, security is a very important issue. We talked in previous councils about things like lighting, so you can put infrastructure in place that help with safety. Mm-hmm. But the softer things could be that you know, the RCMP may need to increase their visibility down there by just having a presence.
So the RCMP, I guess. When they were going through this, they didn't find one more safe than the other. Just it all depend on the infrastructure or the security measures put in place to facilitate each.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to bring Aaron Judge.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, here because Aaron was sort of involved in the committees, and I don't want to misstep that statement because it's so important. I know to not only yourself but members of the public too.
Awesome.
So
thank you.
Thanks.
Hi there. To the chair, Councillor Weigel, or through the chair to Councillor Weigel. Elliot's correct. We had the subject matter experts, including RCMP and Bylaw. They looked at both options. Elliot's correct. They didn't weigh one more safe or unsafe than the other. Either option is going to provide opportunities for hidden locations, I guess you might say. They felt strongly that this area would be one that we might have to increase surveillance or what's the word?
Patrolling?
Patrolling, that's correct, yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. If this one, and if this is off topic, Mr. Mayor, feel free to stop. Elliot, you talked about the contamination with the Imperial Oil site. And I don't know much about land in these matters, but if we didn't acquire that land, so if we don't purchase it from them, is there any, like going forward, is there anything that they need to do with the site knowing that it's contaminated, or is it just in the land transfer when it has to be dealt with? And if so, I guess, what's the cost associated to know that we're cleaning up the land by the river? If that question in itself makes sense.
Through the chair, it does. As of right now, Imperial Oil, there's three sort of areas within that one property. They've done their best to clean up one of those areas, and then the other two are not so cleaned up. When you're working with an environmental consideration such as oil and things of that nature, you're allowed to manage that contamination rather than it's clean or it's not clean.
Right.
So they don't necessarily have the province, for example, or regulatory requirements to come in and clean it up. They monitor it using wells and things of that nature, and they test water, the groundwater and things. So I think that helps with part of your question. The cleanup itself, again, it comes down to working with the province. The province thresholds, things of that nature, and it's about your risk tolerance. If you want to clean up the entire site, you're digging down 9 meters.
Right.
If we were to say, for example, leave it as is and plant trees, we'd probably want to clear off the top 3 meters and leave some of the material down below. And further, you can go down even 1.5 meters. So it comes down to your risk profile and how you want to manage that risk. So Imperial Oil is managing the risk as is right now. If we were to get into a situation of purchasing that property, we would have to work with the province,
right?
And then clean up that material. We would look to the owners, Imperial Oil, I suppose this is my professional opinion, we would look to Imperial Oil to either clean it up themselves to a point that we're willing to accept it, but we would, it wouldn't be simply just taking on their liability and responsibility. They still own, they have to own that. They have to own the responsibility cleaning up their mess.
Right. And just for my education, I apologize for my ignorance. No. But what is the liability that we take on at that point, just for future sale, or like you said, if we want to put infrastructure in there, then we have to clean it up? Is that the liability that we take on?
Not at all. Through the chair, not at all. It's about groundwater. So imagine right now that groundwater is contaminated,
right?
And that can sort of leach into the river, and so that's the risk. So it's not about putting another building on it or something development otherwise other than a berm. A berm helps, capping any sort of contaminated site helps. However, I read the report today among other times. And it said groundwater down 8 meters, 9 meters is contaminated. So it's quite deep.
Extensive, yeah.
Yeah, it's not just a little bit of surface soil or anything like that. Yeah.
Awesome. I appreciate the education. Thank you.
No worries. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. In consultations with residents and stakeholders, which was the preferable option, raise Clearwater Drive or structural mitigation?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, thank you for the question. It was actually probably evenly split. About 50% of the residents wanted to raise the road, and 50% of the residents thought they would prefer a raised berm so they could walk on the trail and see the river. There was not one clear winner.
And will the costs be covered by the RMWB for the movement of Heritage Shipyard? And were they in favor of the move?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, we are suggesting that the cost would be covered by the RMWB. We engaged with the Heritage Shipyard. We found out what was important for them. They listed their top priorities. When we came forward with the recommendation, it included what we felt and heard was important to them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess I have a few questions for point of clarity. On your motion, I think it's the first paragraph, it says the consideration. Can you pull that up for a sec? Or your proposed motion, I guess. It says with consideration of future expansion of Clearwater Drive. My assumption is that's for full twinning.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, thanks for the question, because I'd like to clarify this. Building a berm has a life expectancy of, quite frankly, I don't know. It's a long time, hundreds of years. And so we don't know what Fort McMurray will look like in 50 years. We don't know what it's going to look like in 20 years, to be honest. Transportation in society changes constantly. If someone were to told me 3 years ago the biggest risk for my daughter right now is, driving around on motorized scooters, I probably would have laughed. But now that's reality. We don't know if we need those 2 lanes for traffic, the traditional traffic we think of, or we may need it for another mode of transportation. We just don't know. So we're just going to leave a spot and allow
I understand that. I was just looking for clarity that you need the footprint for future.
That's all we're asking. Yeah.
Right. Okay. They say build a wall. What's the reality that we could potentially own that property? I'm assuming the cleanup costs are significantly more valuable or more costly than certainly the land is worth, or the construction of a wall per se.
Through the chair, it's possible that cleanup could be cheaper than the wall. I want to make sure I'm clear with that.
Okay.
So
then why would we build a wall?
Yeah. Through the chair, there's a commitment to this community to protect the downtown by a certain time period. And if we want to meet that time period, then we may have to build that wall. And when you throw in a oil company, it's a oil company, you throw in the province, you throw in other factors. We've been trying to purchase this land for years.
Can I use your word? Can we expropriate it?
Through the chair we can, yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm asking about the wall, I have a secondary question for that is, frankly, total cost of ownership.
Yep.
And, a road is a road. Your cost of ownership it's whatever. When it wears out, it wears out. But the wall is a different story. You're rebuilding it, you're rebuilding it, you're rebuilding it.
Mm-hmm.
So how many times are we going to pay for this wall instead of just buying the land? And that's where I'm struggling on the choice of option A or B. And total cost of ownership is one of the things that's frankly killing us versus just build it right in the first place and move on.
Yeah.
Have you guys calculated total cost of ownership for that option?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the total cost of ownership was looked at. What we found was that neither option really, they were both similar, very, very similar. We looked at if we put a berm in, how much is it going to cost to maintain that wall? How much is it going to cost to mow versus raising Clearwater Drive and having the same wall, because you're going to have to kind of stay away from Imperial Oil and the smaller walls that we talked about. So the total cost of ownership doesn't differ between the two significantly to make a decision one or the other. You have to recognize that we already have Clearwater Drive there, so we're already maintaining that asset. Yeah. So.
And this would become a new asset that we're maintaining because we're already maintaining Clearwater.
The berm would be a new asset. Right. Yeah. And the additional cost of ownership is in the order of magnitude of, $50,000, $100,000 extra a year, associated with, maintaining your trail and grass and trees and things that you may know.
And I guess that leads to my next question. Does frankly the ownership of this property or the non-ownership of this property really handcuff us in creating what would be a continuous berm or a continuous roadway without a wall?
Through the chair to Council Ball, you're 100% correct. It is hindering us. Yep.
Okay. So I guess I'll ask a question to that is, can we resolve that before building a wall? Is it doable?
Through the chair, I can't commit to that.
Okay. I'm not asking you to, I'm asking everyone here.
Yeah,
so.
Fair. I would like to maybe answer the question if that's okay.
Yep.
I think we would have to, as administration and potentially with Mayor and Council, decide on a line in the calendar and say, okay, if we're not able to come to an agreement with Imperial Oil by this date, then we have to come back and make a decision on a different option, such as the appropriation that you speak of.
Right.
I
don't like that word.
Sure,
I'm curious if someone from land here has any experience with that can maybe walk us through that process if we need to. But I think it's an important question, and the cost of building the wall, as you say, is, or as I understand, is roughly the cost of buying the land. So why build the wall? So,
why build the wall? To the chair, it comes down to
timing.
It's not only timing, but it's risk, and all the things associated with taking on a property that is, quite frankly, very contaminated.
Understand? I read the reports too.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Yeah. I cleaned up 2 of the sites there already, so I understand.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank Councillor Paul. Councillor Binjogo.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation. Option 2, of course, is more appealing for cost. But I want to clarify 1 or 2 things. Will the impact of option 2 include hindering pedestrians from accessing the beauty of the waterside and cultural gatherings? Is there any impact to those?
To the chair, to councillor, the idea of raising the area between Clearwater Drive and the river, this gives the municipality an opportunity to clean up that area between the shoreline and the Clearwater Drive. It gives us opportunity to put trails in, things of that nature. I know there are trails there now, but we're able to do better connections and sort of redevelop that area for sure.
Okay. Thank you. Then my second question through the chair is, so I don't know if I missed it, but I still don't know if we have any green light for the repositioning of the shipyard. What I'm hearing is that the Imperial Oil, they're not excited. They can sell, but they won't do anything about treating the soil, the contamination. And from Suncor, they are not willing to sell the deep orange portion. That would have been good. So do we have any clear option of where we can move the shipyard property to right now?
Through the chair, we're not seeing, if we can get that pulled up again, the dark orange area to the far right owned by Suncor.
Yes.
The reason Suncor doesn't want to sell that property is they want to maintain care and custody, meaning that they feel responsible for the damage to the environment that they made. And they want to take that opportunity to manage it appropriately and potentially clean it up, depending on how they want to manage it. Okay. Handing it over to a municipality or selling it to municipality, I don't believe they feel that that's a responsible thing to do.
Okay.
So that eliminates the dark orange to the right. Yes. We have the area between Imperial and Suncor that allows us to expand to. So we have the light, let's call it yellow for simplicity. Okay. So that area is fully developable. We own that property. We can put the shipyard in that area. The blue area, half of it is Imperial, half of it is ours. Okay. There is the option of bringing the Heritage Shipyard to the blue. However, it comes with some complexities that we've already talked about, and we haven't ruled it out by any means. We're moving into detail stage, and we'll get there.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So, but do we have the buy-in of Heritage Society for whichever way we want to move them? There's no, they are really ready for this?
Through the chair, I don't want to speak for the Heritage Society. Okay. I appreciate that they're here today, and I hope that they will speak to their position. I believe that I know the position, but I just want to give them that opportunity to. So I'm hoping that that will be allowed. I don't know the rules on that one.
Thank you. That's where I believe they will be speaking later.
They will be speaking as delegates, I believe.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just give. Councilor McGrath?
Through the chair, I just wonder, have we ever got a number for what we have spent inclusive to the spring diking so far on the reaches from 1 to 10 to date?
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, we have spent $119 million on flood mitigation thus far.
And that's through the chair, that's inclusive of our yearly $5 million stipend for temporary diking, and none of that's hidden in the road profiles before you came along?
Through the chair, the 119 that I refer to speaks to all flood mitigation. It speaks to reach 3 and 4, which would be the raising of Clearwater Drive, sort of in the Main Street, Hardin Street area. What I don't believe it refers to is years ago when Clearwater Drive was down in this area by the what we're talking about, Reach 6. When we built Clearwater Drive, we built it to 248.5. We did not include the costs associated. I don't believe we included the costs associated with building that road, even though we built it at an elevation at 248.5. And I can get clarity on that. However, that's almost positive on that one.
I guess through the chair, so from reach 1 to reach 10, you know, at some point we'll get a costing that doesn't shield the uplift. So in that area, are we building to 200 to 1?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, correct, 1 to 200, the 250.9 mark.
At the end of the day, the temporary diking that's along reach 3 and 4.5, towards 5, that'll be taken out. I think they're chalking that out right now, and you're flipping that dirt behind you.
Through the chair, what you're referring to is what we call the interim clay berms that run along Clearwater Drive. That clay will be reused for reach 6.
You know, it was never an interim berm, but I guess at some point we'll get a costing, because we built for the province, we built for the feds, and I think that started out. And I know there was a comment made about past administrations. I think that at some point we'll get a true cost, and I guess it'd be good to see how much the feds and the province are going to rack in. And as far as the contaminated land go, the more it sits in the ground, the more it spreads, the more it leaches. And I mean, I think there was probably 4, 5. I think there were 10,000 liter tanks, torched, no, because we filled up snowmobiles there.
Yeah,
but it's just concerning.
through
the chair. It's just concerning that along your pipeline route, along your road route, we have an area that's been vacated about 25 years. The more it sits in the ground, the more it leaches. Just a point.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. Just to clarify, administration is recommending both, and is the way I read this. And with a $40 million difference, is it because the public is also split on which way to go?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we're recommending one option. That option is to place a berm, potentially a portion of it a wall, between the Clearwater Drive and the river. We are not recommending raising Clearwater Drive.
Okay, thank you. I read that. I appreciate it. Thank you for the clarity.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bousquet.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Elliot, thanks for the presentation. You mentioned you consulted with Marine Park and Torchy and them. Did Torchy not tell you about his strategy, putting a dam on the Athabasca, creating a little hydroelectricity, and then we're cost neutral?
Through the chair to Councillor Bousquet, I look forward to working with Torchy more and to hear that story.
Okay. I guess this might be a question for legal. The expropriation word, I know it's not nice and it's ugly. How long does that take then? Because obviously there's, Councillor Ball mentioned about timelines and you mentioned about timelines. If we're going down that path, obviously, I'm assuming if you expropriate, you're going to be responsible for any kind of remediation work?
Through the chair to Councillor Bousquet, correct. If we expropriate, it's on us. I wouldn't mind legal services responding to the question on timing.
Go ahead, Chris.
Through the chair to Councillor Bousquet. The expropriation process would or could be between 4 to 8 months to acquire title. Compensation can range on for years because of the process. But it's designed to expedite acquisition subject to a very, very important foundational requirement. The municipality has to have a stated purpose. So if council was to support a plan that required the acquisition of such lands in the plan, that would be a necessary precursor to the expropriation. So whatever decision ultimately council leans to will dictate whether or not the expropriation will be successful. So if council has an approved plan that demonstrates that those lands are needed and it's a valid municipal purpose, that would be a necessary precondition to proceeding with expropriation.
Okay, through the chair, thanks. If you do expropriate or you do take title to this land, when does remediation become a must? Can you just put some hard top on that parcel of land and?
Through the chair, responding to the question, there is a whole raft of legal issues that are arising here, and I think it's unfair for Mr. White to be responding to legal issues. I'll do the best I can in the circumstances. If we were to expropriate, we would acquire the title and all that runs with it, including the contamination. And the value of the land and what we would pay to acquire it would not only be fair market value, but would incorporate the diminution in value as a result of contamination. And we have studies that indicate that the remediation of the site could vary anywhere from $1 million to $8 million or more, depending on the amount of remediation that is required. It's not necessary to 100% remediate a site, nor is it possible, especially one that's as contaminated as this site is. However, you have to have an understanding about what you're going to do with the land going forward. If we were to build a park where we didn't need to bury anything more than 3 meters into the ground, that is very different than having to put up foundations where you may need to go to bedrock, at 8 or 10 meters. So the future use of the land will be very much part of how we, if we were to acquire it, how we would address the remediation. And we're not required to address it currently. We don't own it. And Imperial likely is, unless there's an actual release that's demonstrated, they're probably managing the site much like the way Suncor is managing their site. So these are all the variables that are in play, and I think that Elliot and his team have been trying to incorporate all of those challenges into the project that they're bringing forward to council today.
Okay, thank you. Just one last question. When you talk numbers to flood mitigate, whether it's raise the berm or build it, or raise the road or build the berm, are we permitted to negotiate with industry on maybe partnering up on building the road? And I don't want to upset like Wilson Construction or Sherway or something, but has there any discussions on that to reduce the cost? Is that an option, I guess?
Through the chair, I'll give you my understanding how this works, understanding that would fall to supply chain. We're bound by trade agreements, and so we're not able to partner with organizations, individuals in certain circumstances to further our benefit. We would have to go to open market for this. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boucher. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. I had a few questions, actually. With our MDP, Municipal Development Plan, a lot of it is based around building up on the river, in Parsons Creek and Timberley. Just I guess for clarity for the public, but also, I guess, the 4 lanes, how much is downtown growing?
Through the chair, I'm not an expert in growth of Fort McMurray, but I can confidently say that this community is more or less staying, neutral. We're not suggesting that anyone in the administration is predicting that we would grow to a point that we require the 4 lanes. What we're suggesting is that when you're dealing with waterfronts, you're dealing with transportation networks, you want to keep your options open as much as possible. The idea of the 4 lanes it doesn't even have any costs associated with it. It's just making sure that we put the berm in a place that we could expand the transportation route if necessary.
Okay, I guess I'm just suggesting not to go with the 4 lanes is what I'm suggesting in the future from myself as a councillor. I guess another thing would be with the Heritage Park, why are we moving it so close? So for clarity, once again, for the public, I guess, we're just going to move it from, the blue part option, the option is to the blue part from the existing purple part that it's on now, raise it up, and then put the Heritage Park on there, right? A cost estimated roughly 55 million, 94 million, either or. Is that a limited option? Is there any other options?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, there's multiple options. What we looked at is a few key items. The Clearwater River is a heritage river. The shipyard was built next to that river because it wants to demonstrate our connection, our history, and our historic connection to the river. So the idea is that we're proposing to keep the shipyard along that river.
Well, for one, I know every river is a heritage river that's traveled by many Indigenous Métis community members up the Athabasca, up the Clearwater, down the Durocher River to wherever, down to the Mackenzie River. I think another great option would be do a cost analysis for what it would cost for us to move the shipyard where it stands now, and possibly get some feedback from the provincial government to be able to put it to where the Mac Island is, where that property is, where the big teepee is. I think that might be an option to where we don't have to spend 94 million or 55 million to, just be able to just move it there, have the shipyard be right there, right in the front, and maybe it'll be a lot cheaper instead of spending so much money to be able to raise it up. I think that might be a better option from my point of view. Probably won't cost 55 million. And you won't have to bother any soil.
Just not in debate yet, Councillor Cardinal. It'll be a debate after with motions on the floor.
So, okay, good. Thanks for that, Mayor. I appreciate that. So I guess, have you guys ever thought of the option of moving it to where the teepee is beside Mac Island, on the way to Mac Island on the left?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we have not. My initial quick thought is space. We'd have to look at that first, but that's something that we can look at if asked of council. Yeah.
Okay, back to the contamination. My fellow colleague there, Councillor Weigel, had a great point about why would we buy contaminated soil?
To the chair, I'd like you to repeat the question.
Why would we buy contaminated soil?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the purpose of purchasing imperial oil being contaminated would be to ensure that we control as much as we can of the completion of flood mitigation. Where flood mitigation was designed around protecting the community, and there's a commitment to the community to complete it within a certain amount of time, and this would facilitate that by purchasing it. But yeah.
Okay. Did we do a geotechnical study ourselves as a municipality?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we're in the preliminary stage. And so geotechnical is done typically a little further into the design. Yeah, we're not there at that stage just yet. Just want to confirm with my colleague. Maybe I'm completely wrong here. Okay, that's correct. Yeah. So we'll be doing geotechnical design
before we do an offer or any purchases, obviously.
Through the chair, sorry, I thought you were referring to Imperial. So with Imperial, we have an understanding of the contamination that's there. Geotechnical, I thought you were referring to sort of the design of the berm and placement of the berm. We have knowledge of the contamination in Imperial Oil, so I'm not sure if we'd have to look at the risk profile and what we're willing to accept and things. I don't think we would need to do much more tests, maybe some, but not a significant amount. There's a lot of wells already drilled that we can test from on that site.
No more questions. Sorry.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, one last question, Elliot. Just confirming that the folks at Marine Park, because I see a few of them sitting in the back, are they going to be told what happens to them, or are they going to have an option?
Through the chair, telling somebody is an uncomfortable situation.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%. At the beginning of the presentation was about the idea that we'd be working with them. And so the idea of telling Heritage, no, that's where you're moving, probably is the wrong approach. We have a relationship with the Heritage Shipyard. We want to work with them on a solution that works for them, while understanding that we also have a commitment to complete the project on a certain timeline and budget. So we do plan on engaging with them and working with them on this project.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, just one sec, she has something to add.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, it's also important to recognize that moving them allows us the opportunity to protect them as well. Right now, where they sit, their current location, they're not protected. Moving them off of that site onto a site that, and it's part of our recommendation, allows us that opportunity to protect them for the future, for future floods. So working alongside of them and offering that is a benefit.
To the chair, but we have protected them in the past through the temporary. Like it hasn't been tested yet, but we've done our best to mitigate any potential damage with temporary measures in the last few years post 2020 flood. Correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that's correct. Seasonal mitigation has been provided to the Heritage Shipyard. Moving forward to complete permanent flood mitigation is one of the strategic milestones, and this would allow us to do that.
Okay, and I do want to thank both of you and your teams for all this. It's obviously a big effort to bring this together, so thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I appreciate that, and we'll make sure that's echoed through the halls of the Jubilee and everywhere else. I just want to clarify, we do protect Heritage Shipyards recently after the flood of 2020, but we don't protect it to the 250.9. We're not able to reach that point, so this gets them to that 250.9 mark. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Cardinal?
Oh, good. I guess my question would be, besides the Heritage Shipyard, what other unprotected areas in the municipality that we have that are aligned alongside the Clearwater River, and including Draper?
Through the chair, I will do my best to answer that question. And I'll start with Draper. The community of Draper is not protected. As we move from Draper, waterways, once complete of the reaches there, would be protected. As we move along the shoreline moving towards Mac Island, we have the bridge that leads to waterways and to Draper. That would be below the 250.9 mark. The roundabout that's located in that area is approximately just around 250.9, so that infrastructure is not protected to that level. We continue protecting the downtown right around reaches 7, 8, 9, 6. So when we move over to the sort of what we're calling recently the waterfront project, and we look at restaurant, the Shrikas. The municipality is the owner of that building. That building is currently at 250.0. We have posted an RFP to look at how that infrastructure will be protected. So I'm not sure the outcome of that just yet. As we move further along towards Mac Island, we have, and I apologize for not knowing the name, but the old water treatment plant. It's sort of the, help me out if someone can, but there's a facility down on the water there. It's the Haxton building. That building currently isn't protected to the 250.9. We do have some underground works that are happening. That building, when we're complete, won't be protected to 250.9. It's currently approximately 250. As we move further along, the waterfront, Mac Island itself will not be protected to 250.9. Mac Island is built to 250, the slab. So the building is built in it, and there's no plans to provide any additional sort of berming or anything associated with that. Once we pass through the downtown and over across the way, sort of going north, we have several businesses on the right-hand side as you travel north. We are currently looking at how and if we can protect those commercial areas, and then we move into Taganova. And once we're complete with flood mitigation, the wastewater treatment plant and Taganova will be protected. And lastly, the water treatment plant has been protected at 250.9. The physical building is above 250.9, and we have some more underground works to do next year to get it fully protected.
Another question I guess I got is, what do you think is more important in protecting, Draper or the Heritage Shipyard?
Through the chair to Council Cardinal.
Sorry, Council Cardinal, Draper, we already passed, we expropriate, we did a voluntary buyout in there.
Right.
We did a voluntary buyout there, we're not protecting Draper.
Well, I understand that.
Okay.
But, yeah, but it's still relevant.
Through the chair, I think that's an administrative question that I wouldn't be comfortable answering personally. I think you asked about my personal opinion on something, and it's something that we would have to look at. We've dealt with Draper in the sense that we've accommodated them in a sense of our grants and our buyouts that we have, but comparing a community versus another entity in the community is something that I personally can't answer. No.
Thanks for that. You just taught me something there, but you know, I had to ask, right? But no problem.
Yeah,
I appreciate your response.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Kendra. And before we go on to delegates, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll restart at 5:33 on the nose. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We have the following delegates for this item. Mr. Jack Peden and Mrs. Verna Murphy. And just a reminder, just to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please. Just hit the button there, Jack. There you go.
My name is Jack Peden. Most of my colleagues know me as Torchy, my friends. And I'm here representing the Heritage Park Society related to the Heritage Shipyard Park.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you coming in today to answer some questions and maybe set some records straight here while we debate amongst ourselves. We have a resident expert sitting in front of us, and that's what we want. I'll start with questions. I don't see any of the lights on, sir. Where would you like to see the Heritage Shipyard moved into a safer location?
With our previous meetings with the municipality through the planning, it was tentatively agreed to try and relocate the Shipyard Park to the east towards the corner where the Gulf Oil had a refinery area in there, and then the Imperial Oil. It's in that vicinity just on the curve of the Clearwater Drive.
Okay, perfect. And hearing the presentations, and you've been in discussions as well with administration, your vision of that area, as you've been up and down that river probably more than anybody else in this room, would you like to see the road on top of the berm or a trail and biking and walking area on top of the berm leading to the shipyard?
The goal of the society with the Shipyard Park is to have it in an area that is aesthetically pleasing to the public, and that would be, if at all possible, to have a view of the river included with the buildings and the artifacts maintaining the ships. To have a berm around that on a river setting would be a very poor aesthetically setting, pleasing to anybody. So that's one of our goals. And of course, our number one goal is to try and keep the cost of this down in the most sensible, practical, cost-efficient way as possible. And we will definitely work with the municipality to help make that happen.
Perfect, appreciate it. Yeah, I don't have any questions. Thanks for all you do. And you maintain a beautiful shipyard now, and I know there's lots of events last weekend, there's events next weekend. It's something that's enjoyed by the entire community, so thank you for that. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you for coming. To answer questions, I guess no presentation from them. So my question that I asked earlier on is just to know if we've got your support, your buy-in for this entire move.
Yeah.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. Thank you for having us tonight and asking our opinion on the move. I can't speak for the entire board, but there were some elements that we didn't know until the agenda came out, and I think there's still questions that everybody has as far as like where the permanent move will be to. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but we are working with administration to, come up with the best option for us, but also for the public, because long after we're gone, the history of the area still needs to be protected. And, we really want to encapsulate that in this decision and not rush it. Obviously, it hasn't been rushed, but, yeah, it's, if we've taken this long, we should still take the time to do it right so that we don't have to move it again, or it can be protected as much as possible.
Thank you. So, through the chair, when you said when you didn't know some of the elements until when this agenda for this meeting, or the agenda for which agenda was that?
For this council meeting's agenda that came out last week.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And but you are well aware of those areas that were projected on the screen where the potential place to move the shipyard.
Yeah, and we didn't know until today that Suncor didn't want to sell that piece of land, and that Imperial was, but we also haven't seen any reports that administration might have seen about the contamination levels. So I know that was one of our questions through the engagement piece, but we didn't have access to those reports.
Okay. So will more information be coming to them? Do you know? We'll be able to.
We can talk to that during debate and comments, Councilor Banjoko. We'll be able to ask those questions from administration during comments and debate after the motion's on the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Torchy. Torchy, I know you're very complimentary towards our administration with the engagement that they've had with you in Marine Park and Berna. This isn't really a Marine Park question. It's more of a, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but being a long-term resident and seeing some of the costs associated either with raising the road or the other mitigation work, any comment on which one you prefer? If you're sitting in my seat, if you don't want to answer, that's fine. I mean, I respect that, but I mean, the only reason I asked Torchy is because before tonight, I was a huge advocate of raising the road. But like Councillor Ball said to me, we ran on fiscal responsibility, and I have a hard time swallowing double the price for a 3 to 4 minute view of the river when you're driving through the downtown. It's hard for me to justify, and I think the figures that Mr. Elliott presented, I don't know, what was the term you used, Councillor Ball? Order of magnitude. So the costs are probably on the low end. I think they're going to be quite higher, no matter which option. So I guess, would you afford me an answer which way you would go, or would you rather just take the fifth?
Yeah, I think I should take the fifth. No, I find some of the numbers very high. To relate to the cost of what's happening to a lot of our structures and engineering works and that. I guess I've lost touch a long time ago with these costs, but it does make one wonder, are we doing the right thing? I don't know. You have to, especially with this marine park, I know it's a sensitive thing, and we sure don't want to see a whole bunch of costs associated with it. We put it up there for basically nothing. And now to do this and see those dollar costs, and it really hurts. It hurts to see, and the public, I understand clearly. Well, what are we doing? I don't know what the answer is. With your road, I go back to the elevation, I guess, of what we had previously established for a flood mitigation, and now we've increased it. Is it? I don't know. I'm saying too much. I should have taken the fifth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Mr. Peden. Thanks, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that administration proceed with relocating the heritage shipyard to a new location within the riverfront.
I think you missed the first part of the motion, because there's two parts to that motion.
Okay, thank you. I move that the flood mitigation Reach 6 project be approved with structural mitigation placed at a minimum elevation of 250.9 m between Clearwater Drive and the Clearwater River, with future growth consideration of the Clearwater Drive corridor. And administration should proceed with relocating the heritage shipyard to a new location within the riverfront alongside Reach 6 and provide structural mitigation of all historical artifacts to a minimum elevation of 250.9.
Thank you for the second, Councillor Stroud. Now for council, if you have any questions, comments, or debate points. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. I guess this would be for administration. My question relative to this motion, would the acquiring of the lands, say Imperial lands, would that be precluded from this motion? Right now, the proposed design is a wall, but it's not set in stone per se.
Through the chair, to Councillor Ball, we're in the preliminary stages of this project, and we're not at a stage where anything's set in stone.
So that would mean no.
Can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Basically, is purchasing and utilizing the Imperial lands under this motion that's said, is that excluded from this option?
Through the chair, I'm gonna make, so.
Because you've talked about the wall, right?
Yeah.
Is that set in stone, or is there still a choice? We're still in the design
There's still a choice.
Right?
Yeah.
So we're not ruling out that option.
Correct.
With this motion.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got one more.
Can I just add to that? The likes of the contaminated lands, the Imperial lands, that piece isn't ruled out, but it comes with considerable risk.
That's my next question.
Okay, sorry.
So my next question is, what would it cost to get a firm to complete a full study to identify the potential costs of the reclamation of that land, including the timeline associated with it? Now, you don't need to give me that answer now because I know it's not ruled out, but it's something I'd like to know.
Through the chair, I would like to.
I don't want to eliminate all of our options is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I understand. When you do evaluations or engineering reviews or whatever it may be on contaminated sites, there's different levels. There's 1, 2, and 3. Mm-hmm. You can spend a ridiculous amount of money depending on how much you want to do. Unfortunately, with cleanup, what happens is that that's at the final, the phase 3, the end of it, and that's when you're out there with the equipment and testing and removing at the same time. So for me to say how much it's going to cost, it's a tough answer to answer right here in front of you.
That's why I was expecting it later.
Yeah, we do have a report that did the first phase associated with testing wells and reviewing aerial photographs and looking to see what was in the soil by doing tests. I'm not sure. I think we have a substantial amount of knowledge associated with that property. Not to say that we should do more. It depends on the option we're choosing. If we're choosing to, say, for example, sort of clean up the area and do things of that nature, we may want to do a few more studies to make sure we understand the full limits. Because you have to appreciate that it's in the groundwater as well, and groundwater moves. So it's getting that snapshot is important.
Correct, but, and through the chair, at the current time, there is no remediation plans by the current owner.
Through the chair to Council Ball, we spoke with Imperial Oil. They made a statement that they're in the process of sort of offloading any stagnant land that they may own. This particular property wasn't high on their list of priorities. However, they saw that they had a potential buyer, so they felt that they would come to us early and sort of approach us again, because we talked to Imperial years ago, not years, but 3 or 4 years ago, and we couldn't come to the terms that were necessary. So they did not indicate that there was any plans of cleanup. In fact, they made the statement that they would work with us on a mitigation plan, and then if there was a purchase, then we would then basically own that mitigation plan.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. I guess a final question, if it's just a berm that goes on their property, is it not true that mitigation would be minimal because you're loading the land, you're not digging it up?
So, yes, through the chair, it's like CAO Hunter said, it's about your risk profile. How much risk are you willing to take? Mm-hmm. You always have the potential of groundwater migrating and things of that nature. So the question is, do you clean up every last drop, and basically can sleep at night and not worry about it, or do you look at your risk profile and say, for example, put your berm on top, cap it, monitor it, and hope that there's not serious ramifications down the road. When you get into cleanup, even at that, you don't know what you're going to find underground.
And I can appreciate that, because basically that scenario is exactly what Imperial Oil is doing today. Mm-hmm. They're not doing anything. They're monitoring, and they have been for, 40 years, however long the property's been vacant?
Through the chair, I think it hasn't been that long.
Picking a number, anyway, I don't know how long, but Torch, you'll know.
Yeah.
But, okay, thank you.
Mm. Thanks, Councilor Ball. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I think I already almost asked the question. It's just the level of engagement with Heritage Society and the potential impact that all the moves might. Point of order. Point of order, Mayor Bowman.
Sorry, what's the point of order?
Do you two councillors keep disturbing when I'm talking?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
If we keep side conversations down while someone's speaking, go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bowman. So that's my question is, we need to work with them, find out the potential impact. So I want to know if more information will be going to them.
Through the chair to Council Banjoko, the statements made by the Heritage Shipyard, they were factual. The point of Suncor's land and the fact that they don't want to sell that property was a very, very recent discovery. I don't know, maybe 10 days ago, 2 weeks. It's been very quick. So unfortunately, we didn't engage with them between that period of time. We believe that we provided as much information as we could ahead of time, understanding that there is restrictions on how much we can share in terms of contaminated soil. All of our contaminated soil reports are sort of lock and key type of thing. And sort of the council reports and things, they obviously have to be kept with administration until released to council themselves and in the public.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you. So I'm hearing that at the appropriate time you would engage them further, right?
May I ask you to repeat the question, please?
At the appropriate time, you'll be engaging the Heritage Society better with information and planning to minimize the impact to their operations whenever this move would take place.
Through the chair, there are partners at this point with this project, and we have to have continuous engagement. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So a 50-50 split of residents and stakeholders were agreeable to the structural mitigation, which will provide flood protection and potential revitalization. And the potential cost estimate is $38.2 million less than raising Clearwater Drive potential. So I'm in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. I want to say this respectfully. I still have a hard time with the safety piece. All the engagement that I was at, the talk of not the visibility, if keeping the road Clearwater Drive low and then having the berm and then having an unseen portion on the other side. I remember in the presentation, and we've had a lot of feedback about increased crime in that area. For me, that gives an area of a crime of opportunity where to both be unseen. And I know that we talked about, and you guys talked about it, and I appreciated the RCMP. I wasn't at the engagements with the RCMP. I really wish I was. An increase of patrolling to increase safety. But I still have a hard time wrapping my head around how a massive unseen portion on the other side, seeing how that's such a large area. Is there any extra information you can give me that the RCMP talked about that did it? I'm in the same thing as Councillor Boussier's. I was always for raising the road. I think it gives a better view of the river and across. I don't want to be fiscally irresponsible, but I also don't think that there's a price on safety. And so, one mugging, somebody being taken, hidden of property, isn't worth $1 or $1 million to me. And so is there any information that you can give that the RCMP has said that made, because I know those were a lot of comments made at the engagements about that. Is there any extra information you can give me on that?
I think I can only address through the chair, I think I can only address the question.
Sure.
I, at this time, can't speak for the RCMP. There was, during the workshops, there was discussions around safety. So again, I suppose I'll repeat the sort of the sentence I mentioned before, is that from their lens, they didn't have an opinion on either one being more or less safe. That may be something that they look at in the sense that they can manage safety through patrols and things and lighting and infrastructure, like I mentioned. We appreciate that waterfronts in general attract sort of safety concerns. We don't manage the vegetation along that shoreline. We're seeing growth coming back. It becomes an area of hidden unknowns, I suppose. So I don't have any statements from the RCMP in general, but I do know that there wasn't an overly strong statement saying that, no, we can't do this because of these undesirable outcomes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to further to Councillor Weigel's point. It's something that I talked about in the early stages of this, and I spoke to Inspector Hancock. There are a number of SEPTED principles that are not met by building a big berm between the road and the river. And I too was a proponent of raising the road simply because of the breach of those principles. And if we don't know what that is, it's crime prevention through environmental design. So we put an environmental piece in between it and we create a crime opportunity. And Inspector Hancock said, yeah, it will be a problem. He told me that. It will be a problem, but we would have to find a way to resolve it, which means foot patrols, because there's no way to bring a car in there. We also plan to develop that waterfront through the waterfront plan from all the way from the Snai all the way to waterways, which ultimately is inviting people into an area that breaches a number of SEPTED principles. So I too have that same concern, so I'm a little on the fence on which option. I get it, it's 50 million more, but what's a life worth? And that's where I struggle. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure this is, I'm just listening to all the information and I'm trying to envision that the safety is that much worse with a berm than it is with a road. Like people driving 60 kilometers down a road and having a big gap on the right, I don't think it's going to be much different than a berm and a gap on the right, at my perspective. So I'm just trying to get some clarity in my mind on that. Does that make sense to you?
To the chair, I'm not hearing a question or.
So if the road is raised, between the road and the river, you have a gap. You build a berm, between the berm and the river, you have a gap. Either way, you have a gap. It's just this one costs 50 million more than this one. You still have a gap. So I'm trying to get my head around how it's safer to raise the road than to have a berm if you've got the same.
Yes, sorry, Ellie, I don't think he's asking a question. He's talking to everybody else here, all the other councillors, because you had said there's no difference, as Councillor McGrath, as Councillor Grandison had said. So I think it's for the question for us. Councillor, is that correct?
Okay. Either way, I'm just trying to get caught up in my head, trying to understand. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll address Councillor Grandison. I'll just explain how I see it. With the road, there's a road and then there's a berm right beside you. And so you can't see the other side of that berm. And so there's a crime of opportunity on the other side because there's no visibility. If the road is raised, then the sight line to the river is straight down, and therefore it is everything from there to the river is visible by the road, and therefore less crime would be, there'd be more prevention of crime because the opportunity would be gone because it's not hidden. That's how I see it, and that was the reason I raised that.
Through the chair, to Councillor Ball's comment about the SEPTED principles, even raising the roads, you know, you still run into issues with SEPTED there as well, because at each of the intersections where you have like a Hospital Street rising up on a ramp up to connect to the raised road, you also have it at Queen Street and King Street as well. At each of those areas, you create areas that are dark spots and also areas where crime could be conducted. And that's probably why the RCMP say that neither one is better than the other.
Thanks, CEO. Councillor Cardinal?
We in debate?
Yes.
Okay. Say what I want.
Not exactly what you want, but yeah.
Well, I could say whatever I want. I don't think I'll be supporting this moving forward. Our historical data of our communities and our community members that have walked along the riverbanks is continuing to be disturbed as we go on from day to day, hour to hour, month to month. Moxon Flats, prime example. I could never go back and say, you know, my ancestors were here and kick the dirt and say, you know what, it's all gone now. We continue to destroy the river edge continuously, right from the Snai right to the orange part here. I'm looking at the screen. Continue to destroy it. The town of Peace River, it flooded more than any community that I know of. And what they do, they rebuild, they help each other, they don't put up big berms. When other communities flooded, they rebuild, they help each other, and they make it happen. You know, we have a lot of money in this community and we're spending it like crazy. I'm not for any more flood mitigation from this point, to be honest. I'm not for any more disturbing of the footsteps of our people walking along the riverbanks anymore. I think that our administration needs to start taking our advice as council I know that I'm learning more as I go, me and the counselor here, and I'm seeing where, you know, some cost saving needs to be done, some protection of relationships between our communities, and not only that, the Heritage Society, but other places have flooded and they just rebuild, and they don't go build big giant berms. I know that I was a part of the approval of you know, steps moving forward with flood mitigation. I'm not going to support this motion just because of those facts and the unsurety of some of the things that my fellow colleagues have questioned. Suncor, kudos to Suncor for taking a stand and trying to protect what it is they stand for. I think it's a real cool move on their behalf to not be able to sell the property because of the environmental impacts, as well as the possibility of contaminating the river. And Imperial, well, you know, I'm sure they have things to learn from each other. I'm not comfortable with purchasing any more properties along the riverbank. I feel that there needs to be a trail system put in place to cost save. I think that'll be influential to the bike riders and the community walking along the river to be able to just stand by the river and fish instead of looking down at a big jumbo hill and not being able to connect with the water the way we've always connected, and always, you know, we're always wanting to build, and when are we just going to leave things be the way it is and let Mother Nature play its course? And I'm not for no more flood mitigation in this area. I know that we made some decisions through Draper, but I mean, they're not protected as well. I'm just saying. I know the logistics, the motions passed, the budget, the whole works. But and moving forward, I highly ask my council colleagues to not support this. Moving forward, let it be the way it is, and we'll make sure that it's protected in some way or another. I honestly believe that. We probably won't see a flood for 20 years, 30 years, and I live on the water. I'm a part of the water, and I know how it operates. And I strongly advise my council colleagues to take my suggestions wisely. But in the spirit of reconciliation and Indigenous peoples that have walked along those riverbanks, let the people connect with the water the way they connected. Let the people walk along the riverbanks the way they've always for centuries, and quit destroying the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the opportunity. The way I started, still on that point that road should be raised. It's Clearwater Road. It is, I think, more economical than to put worms in it. It is a budget saving, if I am right. And the second is, after that, their operating expenses, the road would be maintained and the berms would be maintained, and the safety problem which has already been highlighted. So I think we should think of only raising the road and only 2 lanes, not the 4th lane. There's not that much of traffic that we should make 4 lanes and unnecessarily spend the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I guess this is a question for administration. If this motion gets defeated tonight, are we able to put a motion back on the floor to bring back up the second point? Sorry, to move the shipyard? They're 2 separate items, because in my understanding is that it doesn't matter which direction we go, we have to move the shipyard. And so is there any way to either separate the 2 just in case they get defeated, or to bring up the second point if it gets defeated? I just don't want it to go to the wayside just in case.
I'd recommend that council vote on the 2 motions separately. They're numbered.
Okay, do I need to make that recommendation?
You can ask for it right now.
Okay, I recommend that we separate the 2 motions and vote on them individually, please.
Does anyone have any issue with that? Not seeing any, so we'll break them up. Okay, thanks, Councilor Weigel. Right, so right now we're only debating the first part, just the road, whether it's going to be on top or below. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the total cost of flood mitigation up to this point is 119 million for all the reaches that we've done so far.
Through the chair, I believe your statement is correct. 117, 119. Yeah.
Okay. And for reach 6 alone is going to be about 60 million on the low end, 55.
Through the chair, based on the exercise that was conducted, that's the sort of the prediction at this point. But again, there's a range to it. It could be lower. However, it's sort of the mid spot that we've selected for that option.
Okay. So what would be the reason why reach 6 will be about half of what we spent on all the other reaches? I just need to know, just for me to sleep well.
Through the chair, there's multiple reasons. One is simply inflation. We've completed some of the flood mitigation, say even a decade ago. So by the time we build this in, next year, year after, there's going to be increases in cost. The other reasons are associated with the fact that it's 2 kilometers long. It's our largest reach. Okay. And so I know that the ratio doesn't make sense because I think flood mitigation in total is about 11 kilometers, but there's some nuances associated with undergrounds that we have to manage as well. And I'll make the statement is that we have to move the Heritage Shipyard, so that is not an easy task. It's complex and it takes a minute to think about how to do that and execute it. So it's a complex. It's probably may not be the most complex berm we've built, but it's probably up there.
Okay, so and this is Class D, based on Class D estimates, so could be much higher.
To the chair,
or could be higher.
Could, yeah, it could.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Grandison?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is a motion that I am going to support, and part of the reason is, I've been saying this for some time in our community that there's a whole lot of truths we need to talk about. One of the truths is that we haven't got the money that people think we do, and that has to be a factor in terms of decisions from a fiscal responsibility point of view. I work my butt off in trying to keep taxes from going up so that we can afford to pay for what we've got. And at the end of the day, in my mind, I understand what Councillor Weigel said about his perception and my perception. We have the same problem whether we raise the road or do the berm. We have still a gap between those 2 points, and we have some areas where if you're on the road you can see, and we'll have just as many areas where you can't see from the road. So to me, the problem remains the same, except millions and millions of dollars more money. So in my mind, that's why I support it. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Grandison. Councillor Dogar, did you have another question? Thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Much appreciated. Now that's separated, I won't be able to support the motion. I appreciate, I've seen the engagement done. The administration's done a great job with engagement. I want to applaud you. I'm just not confident in myself that the safety's there. I would love to see an engagement with the RCMP on this before making this decision, only because, again, after we make this decision and it's done, I can't confidently just make it going forward, just as one life to me is just as important as 40 million. And so I'd love to see the engagement just with the RCMP, even if they can present to us here before making this decision, before putting there. So as is, I do not feel comfortable doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball.
Thank you through the chair. And actually, yeah, I echo Councillor Weigel's comments. I don't want to argue with our CAO, but SEPTED principles on that particular stretch of roadway certainly apply. It's kind of like this. How many fingers am I holding up? Right? So I'll just go with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And again, I appreciate that, but we don't have the money or the ability to fix all of those problems, and some of them are going to exist. But if I'm going to vote for it, but if it doesn't come back, let's make sure that when it comes back that we identify all the potential problems with raising the roads. Like I foresee problems with all the businesses along that 2 kilometers with, you know, I was just at St. John's teaching a course today, and they're extremely upset at the prospect of not being able to look out and see nothing but dirt because there's a road above their heads. So there are a lot more complications involved in this. And so I think if we're going to bring back one piece, bring it all back so that we can say, oh, it's going to cost another $30 million worth of lost business opportunities, plus this and plus that. So we've got all of the information. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to whoever can answer this. Just taking off from Councillor Cardinals, if we just shut down flood mitigation, we're not going to do any more. And we'll just do temporary mitigations with the bouncy castles come every April or March. What's the consequences to this community from a provincial and federal funding?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, the consequences relate to many things. Financial, we saw, you know, $1 billion in damages last flood.
Okay, well,
so maybe you want to direct it to a certain spot.
I have a home downtown. Yep. It flooded. Mm-hmm. Even if we build the road, my insurance company says you're not getting flood insurance. Even if the road is built to what, 250.9, 250, still not getting flood insurance. So I've had insurance people tell me, even if we build the road, still not necessarily going to reflect a change in your insurance policy or your premiums reducing. So I guess my question is, if we follow Councillor Cardinal's suggestion and we stop flood mitigation, where we're at now, or finish off Reach 10 or 9, and we don't do anything with Reach 6, except put the bouncy castles up and mitigate any damage to Marine Park, like, where are the losses? Like, what are the benefits outside of putting doing flood mitigation, and maybe the homes and businesses don't flood? But I'm told I'm not getting any insurance, even if we have. I can't even get insurance on another property that's at 260 meters when it comes to flood mitigation.
Maybe legal can answer that question, Councillor Boussier.
Just through the chair, responding to Councillor Boussier's, the question was asked in Calgary at one point about not finishing the ring road. And the simple answer is it wouldn't be a ring road. And if we don't finish the flood mitigation physically and we go with temporary the annual operating costs are significant. You can get those numbers. It's substantial. It may be for, the term bouncy castles, but that's, the membranes, it's sandbags, it's the existing walls that we've built that are not designed to last more than a couple of years, but we're now into years 3 and 4. But the biggest issue, I think, legally, is that we're working with Alberta Environment on flood mapping. They've told us that they will recognize the work we've done in flood mitigation by producing, and this is tentative, but they've said we will produce a map that will acknowledge the work we've done. So it no longer will show up as a pink area, it'll show up as an area that is mitigating flood fringe and flood areas. So this is a positive outcome, and we believe that it's very positive for the community and the downtown, because we'll be able to say to the financial industry, to insurance, to the lawyers, to the investors, that the downtown now has a plan combined with our flood mitigation strategies on new development requiring that infrastructure go above the 250.9, that we have a very credible solution to downtown flood mitigation. So this whole project has been driven by those variables and by past council's support for creating a complete plan. And I know it's a little dated, but there was a very good 6-page article in the Globe and Mail in 2019 in which the entire plan on completion was discussed. So I think it's important for council to continue to recognize that there is an objective to completing the you can pick a number. Currently, council said the 250.5 or 4, which is the 1 in 200 plus a half a meter of freeboard. And that's the number that's been adopted. So I just provide that to you by way of information. And I hope that I've spoken to, I think, the bigger picture about what the final objective is of completing the entire process, including Reach 6.
Okay, thank you. Has a discussion ever happened about self-insuring? The city self-insures the residents downtown, businesses?
Through the chair, I suspect, first of all, it's not a core business issue for the municipality to do that. It can be done, but that I'm not aware of any analysis having been undertaken. I imagine it would be significant because we've talked about all the risks associated with flooding and the costs that come out of that. And when you have the private sector through reinsurers, et cetera, questioning whether they're going to do that, and they've got the kind of capital that we can only imagine, I can't see that this would be a viable municipal enterprise.
Right. I guess the only reason I asked that, Chris, is that basically we're down to one last reach, right? We're going to finish off, 11's done, 10, is 10 done? 9's being finished. So I think we're down to just the one that we're discussing,
right? It's the final sort of reach for the downtown area. Taganova will slowly kind of catch up with Reach 6, but Reach 6 is the last of it.
Okay, that's it for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Boursier. Councilor Cardinal?
If we didn't build a wall, we'd still rebuild. It's showing as we're going. It's like Fort McMurray's back to where it was, and we're spending a lot of money on flood mitigation, and I'm for it is shutting her down and letting it be the way it is, and use the green bladders and protect it that way instead of spending another $120 million. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brief my question or my request that whenever this motion has been altered, so it should be repeated for my better understanding. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Banjoko?
I just find it difficult to understand why Reach 6 will be this expensive to make. Because as someone who is in procurement, I don't believe it will even be 55 or 60 million. So for the explanation of having 11 kilometers built for 109, 120, and then 2 kilometers for 60 million is scary. So I don't know if there's any other thing we can do to mitigate against flood without having to spend 60 million. So it's really tough to reconcile that in my mind. Is that a question or a comment?
Just debate whatever you think.
So
and
I'm
say
good.
what you want.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just difficult to go home and be fine with that. And I think as a community, we should be at a point now where we'll be thinking of how people will make a living. All these things we are doing don't put food on the tables of the people who are on the other side of the wall. So to put another 60 million down for 2 kilometers, whereas the economy is going down, so many things going wrong. I'm not really ranting to you, but the picture isn't so good. So it's difficult to understand how we'll be able to spend this much again on protecting the people who don't have any food and all that, and work or anything that they're doing. And the main thing is that it's so much money for so little protection or so little mitigation. So I'm not an engineer, but all I see is that 2 kilometers for 60 million, I don't get it. Is there anything else that one can do that would not be 60 million? That's my rant.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Banjogo. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Banjogo wasn't finished. My apologies.
I was hoping we can get any response to that. CAO is an engineer, and we have other people. Or we just speak and let it go right now?
Yeah, we're just speaking to the motion that's on the floor right now. So whether you're for it or against it or...
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cardinal? Sorry.
Oh, I just want to go back to the history again one last time. The kids and the mothers and fathers of the people that built this community, at some point there's going to be a time where we have to say, you know what, let's put a stop to things like this and just say, let's let things be the way it should be. When we started this flood mitigation, you know, it was a beautiful thing. It was going to cost us, you know, not so much. Man, we're in over our heads, and we're just keep on spending and spending and spending and spending and spending. When are we actually going to say no, put the foot down and stop it, and just move on? Some decisions need to be made like this in council chambers at times. I think this is one of them. 119 million. I bet you any money, I'll bet on it, that's going to cost more than that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Just further to Councillor Bouzier's point, do we have the actual numbers? I thought that was in here. I can't find it right now on what our temporary mitigation measure costs were. I thought it was 6 million in 2021, and then it dwindled down to about $1.5 million in 2024. But I don't have it in front of me, so can we confirm those numbers?
Through the chair, Councillor Ball, it's sitting on my desk.
Perfect.
You know. But in general, you're pretty close. We started up quite high in the $6 million originally. That was to purchase the triple dams and sort of the infrastructure that we used. And as we further the flood mitigation, we use them less and less and less. Those triple dams have a life expectancy. It's not very high. They get punctured quite easily. So in a very short period of time, if we were to continue using them, say in 10 years, we would look at buying them again. So if the question is that you're asking related to stopping and then using these, you will quickly, through a sort of a business case analysis, you'll quickly see that doing temporary and things of those natures will actually be more long-term than the actual cost of permanent mitigation. And that's, I guess, sort of why permanent mitigation is in front of us today. is that a temporary solution is just that. It's something, a Band-Aid, and it's going to cost us forever.
No, and I agree. That's why I'm asking. So I'm trying to figure out what the lifespan of using temporary measures is in comparison to what a permanent solution is. And at $1.5 million a year, which sounds like that's going to probably inflate due to wearing out of the equipment. So let's call it $2.5 million. For a berm solution, you're about 30 years. And you equal out in about 30 years. So
through the chair, I was at 20, but 30, you know.
Call it 25.
Yeah.
So, okay, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar, do you have a question this time?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I just want to ask administration, now we as council, we are worried about the welfare of the people also, our employees also. And CEO will very easily, conveniently lay off 50, 60 people.
Sorry, Councillor Dogar.
Yes.
Thank
so
you.
I'm very serious
Sorry,
about it.
Councillor Dogar, there's been a point of order called. That's not what we're discussing.
Sir, minority people are laid off.
Can you?
Very, very quietly.
Sorry, Councillor Dogar, there's a point of order called. Can you turn them off? Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Okay, I'm assuming all those lights were for that, so I'll turn them all off. Before we vote, sorry.
Like this whole temporary flood mitigation, and I guess it's not the conversation this evening, but I think it's something that I would maybe bring it back, because, I mean, just a quick point, I mean, we start setting up flood mitigation in March, and I think if you go back 10 and 12 years, the earliest we flooded is like April 14th. Normally it's closer to May, but yet we spend a lot of money having security folks in their vehicles, like at least a month before there's any potential river breakup. And we got them scattered all over town. So I know, Mr. Elliott, you throw some numbers out there, but is there any cost savings if we did the flood mitigation in a more timely fashion, and maybe we're not paying security to monitor these mechanisms for 24 hours a day when there's the likelihood of a flood is still probably a month away? Like, I'm sure we're paying a few dollars an hour for all the security folks. And I'm just like, and if you look at the road, it's probably 100 years before we get to that payoff. I think Councillor Ball mentioned the berm. It's 30 to 40 year payback. And if you go to the road situation, it's over 100 years probably, right? But I mean, I want to shout out to Mr. Peden behind you, because I think the 1 year, I think Mr. Peden was kind enough to tell administration, previous administration, that there was a good chance the Hanging Stone was going to flood. And yet we ignored them, man. And then we seen Marine Park, Heritage Park flood, Keanu flood, and we didn't do anything until the night I think the Hanging Stone breached. But I mean, there's knowledge around this community. Mr. Cardinal spoke about it, Mr. Pete. So if we look to some of the experts in this town, maybe we don't need to, you know, start flood mitigation 60 days before the river's going to break. I mean, there's some cost savings, I think, if we just stay the road at temporary flood mitigation. Not saying that's where we want to go, but anyways, I'll cut it off.
That was very good points, Councillor Boussier. So before we vote, I'll just leave you with, I'm supporting this motion. The reason is it's part of our council strategic plan was to complete flood mitigation, protect the community. I do understand my colleagues' concerns about safety, but as I look at that area now, there's crime on this side of the road right now that we see things happening right now in the downtown. So I don't think this is going to increase it any. We just have to increase our RCMP and our peace officers have to increase and their knowledge of where they're acting. So I don't think it's going to make difference when it comes to security, when it comes to that. And again, like I said, it's part of our strategic plan. We want to get flood mitigations finished. I'm happy Councillor Weigel separated these motions because I think they're two different things. So I'll be supporting this motion. With that, we'll call for a vote. And just to clarify, so everyone knows, the the motion is the flood mitigation Reach 6 project be approved with structural mitigation placed at a minimum elevation of 250.9 between Clearwater Drive and Clearwater River, with future growth consideration of the Clearwater Drive corridor.
I oppose, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dogar, how do you vote? Councillor Dogar, how do you vote? Councillor Dogar, can you turn your camera on for voting purposes and give us your vote? Councillor Dogar, if you could turn your camera on for voting purposes, and we need your vote. Do we say he exited the meeting? Disconnect him? Yeah, I've said it 4 times.
Councillor Dogar, are you connected to the meeting? Do you want to disconnect him?
Yeah, disconnect him, yeah. Past him.
Could we disconnect Councillor Dogar from the Teams meeting, please?
Thank you. And that's defeated 4 in favor, 5 against. Moving on to the next motion we have. The motion reads, administration proceed with the relocating of Heritage Shipyard to a new location within the riverfront along Reach 6 and provide structural mitigation of all historical artifacts to a minimum elevation of 250.9. I'd like to request council for a friendly amendment, which reads, administration proceed with relocating the Heritage Shipyard to a new location in consultation with Shipyard Heritage Society within the riverfront, provide structural mitigation of all historical artifacts to a minimum elevation of 250.9, if anyone has any issues.
Fitted for the project.
No, this is the second part.
Yes,
Councillor Weigel divided it.
So the motion to go ahead with the project was defeated.
Correct.
So why would we be moving the shipyard?
Well, there will be flood mitigation. Just that option was defeated.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So we'll go.
So I'm going to read it again. I'm going to read the original part 2 of the motion. Administration proceed with relocating the Heritage Shipyard to a new location within the riverfront alongside Reach 6 and provide structural mitigation of all historical artifacts to a minimum elevation of 250.9. And I'm asking council for a friendly amendment. Administration proceed with relocating the Heritage Shipyard to a new location in consultation with Shipyard Heritage Society within the riverfront and provide structural mitigation of all historical artifacts to a minimum elevation 250.9. Is there any concern with that friendly amendment with anyone? Does anybody have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal?
So Elliot, to the chair, where would the shipyard be moved? Same spot? That's what I mean.
Through the chair, in order to...
Okay, I get it, yeah, I get it now, sorry. I get it now, sorry about that. I back to my first suggestion, which was the riverbank by the bridge. How much do you believe we would save doing that? Just as an option. I mean, I got to talk about it. I mean, let's get some numbers as to how much it would actually cost to move it into a more beautiful spot, like on top of the riverbank there along the bridge.
I think legal wants to answer there, Councillor Cardinal.
Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, based on research that we have done as a result of another file, we understand that the dike along at the former location of the confluence of the Snai and the Athabasca River, it's owned by the province of Alberta. So pretty much from the north end of the dike to pretty much where the Hudson's Bay original trading post used to be located. That's all Crown owned by the province. We have a license that allows us to operate the roadway and the utilities. We also have another license to maintain some of the grass and to do some artwork, including that existing statue. But our ability to control that dike area is very limited.
Have we officially asked the province for that property?
Through the chair, this goes back to 1965, 66, when it was granted. It's also got issues being a former navigable waterway, so the federal Crown's involved as well. So there would be, for any transmission of title, which currently doesn't exist, it's not titled land, it would be very involved. But as far as I know, we've never asked for the ownership, possibly due to the liabilities associated with the ownership of that property.
What's your thoughts on that, Henry?
Sorry, I was actually thinking on something else at that point in time, because one of the things that I have at the moment is I'm trying to wrap my head around is the previous motion was defeated, and the previous motion being defeated, if we then move to the shipyard and we have no flood mitigation, administration needs instructions on where we go from here, because we've no longer got a project at the moment, and we need some clear direction.
So I think we just need once we get past this, we'll have a motion break for recess. But I just want to bring everyone back to this motion. The way it's stated is that we're not deciding where the Heritage Shipyard goes. This says that our administration will work with the Heritage Shipyard Society to find a place along the riverfront that works for them. So it could be what you're talking about. It could be whatever Heritage Shipyard Society works with administration. We haven't decided where it's going. This isn't decided where it's going. It's just given direction to do consultation before it goes anywhere. Do you have any questions or comments or anything about this second part of the motion? I'm not seeing any, so we'll call for a vote.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. My hand is up.
Is he still in the meeting? He's back. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Dogar.
I was just on the washroom and then I raised my hand. I just want to ask how much expenses required to move the ship and the heritage to the proper site.
We don't know where we're moving the shipyard right now. The motion is for the administration to consult with the Shipyard Heritage Society to decide where they want to put it. So we have no cost right now.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great motion.
Thank you. So we'll call for a vote.
I oppose, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dogar?
For it.
Thank you. That's carried 8-2. Thank you, everyone. So I'll take a 5-minute motion recess. Welcome back, everyone. As I believe we do need some kind of flood mitigation for Reach 6. Councillor Weigel, you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration be directed to construct flood mitigation Reach 6 project as an elevated road with a minimum elevation of 250.9 meters, 250.9 meters, please.
Thank you. And
I'm trying to go for the second option. The alternative option they put up about raising the road versus the other side.
thank you for the second, Councillor Ball. Councillor Weigel, would you like to speak to that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just talk to me personally. My conversation was never, I was never looking to get rid of flood mitigation. I think it's important. I think we've gotten this far, and it's important to continue. Again, my debate was into the safety of the residents here, of the information that I had, that I felt, and so for me, the second option that was brought forward, although not. It wasn't recommended by administration, I felt was the better option. And so it's now on the floor for public safety.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Do we have any comments, debate points? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. You said the second option, is that option 2? Of what was presented to us?
It was of raising the road versus...
this motion should be on your screen there, I believe.
So
it was the raising of the road versus the berm.
So the raising is the 94 million.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Grandis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, at this point, I really feel even more uncomfortable with this because I again believe that there's a number of, we talk about safety. I saw the architectural drawings, and between the buildings and the road, we now create another area of blind spots. We're by raising the road, in my opinion, we're actually creating more of a safety issue, not less of one, because we're creating all kinds of extra blind spots. Everywhere the road goes up to meet Clearwater Drive, you now have an elevation and a blind spot all over, all the way down Clearwater Drive on the west side where all the buildings are. You've now got blind spots and crevices and areas in there. So we're actually creating more, not less. And here we are debating this without any additional expert. I think it's safety. I don't have the RCMP here telling me, yep, you're right, let's spend an extra $30 million because I think it might be worse. I think, but I don't know, right? Here's my feeling. I don't have enough facts. I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We need the flood mitigation. We need to have it completed. So I lost the first vote. However, we need the flood mitigation. We need to move ahead. Permanent flood mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the chance. I'm with the Councillor Funky that bread and butter is more important. By draining out this money, we are laying off unnecessary people, innocent, and we should more concentrate on bread and butter, not laying off the people. I remember for the last 20 years I'm in this town, and this was the only one time that the flood affected the people. So I'm with Cardinal and Funky that we should try to save the money. Thank you.
Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm still sticking to my guns and thank Councillor Weigel for bringing the motion forward. I'm not going to support it. I'm going to stick to my reflections that I said previously. They still stand, which were very, very strong and had, some pretty good comments on my. I'm going to analyze myself here. No, but I won't be supporting the motion. I respect that Al is not supporting it either. Mr. Save on taxpayers' dollars. I'm not going to support it. I've mentioned why I'm not going to support it moving forward as well. Raising the road, no, we're just going to make it even higher for other people not to see. And I guarantee you, from around the world, my vision from seeing what's the catastrophes that have been happening, if Mother Nature wants to flood this community, nothing will stop it. If God wants to flood this community, nothing will stop it. Those are my key points, and I strongly suggest others follow in the footsteps. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, just a couple other things, I guess. I've already indicated I don't support, but I just wanted to. So I walk this trail every single day, pretty much. I walk from waterways all the way through and down. And I can tell you raise the road, there's still several areas down there that you can't see, not from the road, not anywhere else. So spending the money to raise the road as a potential mitigating factor for safety just doesn't make any sense. I'd much rather see us spend the money on lighting cameras and making the area safe so all citizens can enjoy it. To me, makes more sense than just raising the road. So, and if it's for that reason, it doesn't make sense to me. Thanks. And I do support flood mitigation. I want to be clear about that, just not this way.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Just an observation point. We've been going back and forth, and most of the debate hasn't been about flood mitigation, some, Councillor Cardinal, but most of it's been about safety and not flood mitigation safety, of safety protecting residents, as safe physical safety of being in the area. Would council be amenable to putting this back to administration, come back with more information with RCMP, with the proper people that can tell you what is safe and what isn't safe? Because we're all speculating. Like, I believe Councillor Weigel's points, I believe Councillor Grandison's points, Councillor Boussier has brought up excellent points, Councillor Stroud, everyone's brought up great points about safety, but when you make one thing safe, you make something else not safe. So maybe we put administration to come back with more information from the subject matter experts. Because we're not, right now, we're supposed to be debating about flood mitigation and what we want to do in that reach, how we want to protect the community from flooding, rather it's turning into a debate about what's safe for the community, for where the people can go for walks. So I don't know if anybody else would be amenable to that, but I think we're at a point where we're voting on the safety aspect of it, not the flood mitigation aspect of it. Any feedback is welcome. Oh, Elliot? Go ahead, Elliot.
Through the chair to the mayor. I think that I or administration be very uncomfortable with anyone in front of us here making a decision on $50 million, raising roads, building berms, without having all the facts in front of you. If we didn't provide all the facts, just imagine this is a very large undertaking. So we have absolutely no problem coming back to administration with information regarding safety and provide some more context around that for this decision, because it's a generational decision, and that's easily supported by us.
Thanks, Elliot. Councillor McGrath.
Hey, thank you, through the chair. Elliot, what in the capo right now, would we be, is it 290.5?
Through the chair, the Clearwater Drive is 248.5.
So you got to look to raise it, what is it, meter or a meter and a half?
Approximately 2.5 meters.
So, and we looked at the cost analysis, like to bring in the bouncy castles when science says that we're in a potential flood, and not build a permanent structure.
Through the chair, administration has not done any cost analysis other than the one that occurred today.
Because like everybody knows, this winter, we could have piled all the snow in Alberta, we were still in the flood. But, you know, there may be years that there's not going to be a reason for dikes or dams because water is going the other way. We all know that. But just wondering, and, you know, going back to, you want something original, I think we should be looking at, we have a road built, and the bouncy castles seem to be mobile, seem to be a lot cheaper than dirt. And I think that we need to look at every angle, because I've been here for about 12 years and I hear floodgates and this and that. You know, you could put a sea can and load it down and hold the charge of water. But I think that we should take the beautiful road you got built, and if we need to lay some bouncy castles and that section from Reach 3 to, I guess, Reach 5, and I think we should look at that. Because unless the province and the feds are going to come along and sponsor the project half and half, we're not even at 4% at the total budget. That's my take.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair, and appreciate that, Elliot. You're certainly 100% correct. This is a generational decision. That's great wording, and I agree with Councilor McGrath that we should be looking at various options on what potentially can come forward. I did want to ask about funding. Are we available or eligible for any more provincial funding for this piece of the project, or have we kind of exhausted that?
Through the chair, I'll make a statement. I'm not sure if corporate services through the CFO wants to add to it. Every year the province puts up funding for different things. Floods is one. They come out with drought this year is another. And what happens is they look at the applications year over year over year, and it depends on all kinds of things. Who's in position of power. You know, the business case that's made. So I suppose it's impossible to predict whether, you know, we would fall within a threshold to get funding, any further funding.
No, okay. No, it's a fair point, and you know, I think we should be looking at multiple options here on what we can do. I certainly don't support the berm beside the road for obvious reasons. So. Appreciate that, and I would love to see this come back to us. I do support flood mitigation. I think that needs to happen, and as I understand it, and maybe you can correct me, but the province mandates us to protect at 1 to 100, and the previous council had said that we're going to go to 1 to 200. So maybe that's an option too, that we don't protect to 1 to 200. So,
through the chair, if I can speak to that statement. The more options that are put on a table, the more energy it takes to develop those options.
Generational decision.
Sure. So it's a question of how many options you want to you want us really to come back with. I mean, we have, so far I've heard bouncy castles. We could keep the interim berms there and call it good. We can go to 1 to 100 or 1 to 200. A hybrid of both. We can put the berm in between the road and the river, raise the road. So I suppose as administration, representing administration, I hope that that you can provide at this time potentially what options you'd like to see, so that we can spend the next period of time, hopefully not a lot of time, to come back with something of reasonable conversation. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole that just,
that's fair.
You know, but if you want us to look at putting bouncy castles on Clearwater Drive and closing Clearwater Drive for a significant period of time every year and looking at that business case. We can certainly do that. It's not a problem. It's not even that difficult, but.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I certainly support flood mitigation, but the cost is for both options 1 and 2. If option 2 was too high, then option 1 is too high. So I'm sure there are some other things we can do. So if we can have the lower range, the mid, and all that, when you come back, that would be great. This is, I really don't support that we should be thinking of another 100 million to do 2 kilometers. It's important to keep the property and to keep everyone safe, but we shouldn't be going for the high end of this and how the prices are going up. So that's my feedback. It's a lot of money to spend in any city at all in the world. So I think we are just moving and there's no end to this. I asked you earlier on, we've spent about 119 million, and now we're doing another, with the list. I mean, there should be something else we can find that is not this high. So that's what I'm looking for when you come back with the options. I mean, so that we can have the different approach and then we choose the best case scenario, the best for what we can afford, if that makes sense. So certainly, yes, but no further cost. Thank you.
Through the chair, I understand and hear you completely, and we'll do our best to bring back what's necessary.
Thanks, Councillor Joko. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I don't know, my face was ahead of you, that's all. And, you know, at the end of the day, I get where people's coming from. We're trying to save the taxpayers' money, but I mean, when the bouncy castles are in, I hear nothing but complaints from the citizens about the bouncy castles, and then here we are talking about the bouncy castles when we have a flood mitigation solution. The other thing about going to 100, so now you have some flood mitigation this high and some flood mitigation this high, and that would be the time we would get the 1 in 200 year flood, and all the water would come in from the low spot that didn't come in the high spot. So I don't know, I can't get my head around it, but I think, you know, I'd like to see us finish what we started in protecting. You know, we have a lot of municipal infrastructure in the flood zone, and this mitigation is also there to provide security and protection for all of our infrastructure, so it doesn't cost our citizens millions of dollars. In the event, we don't predict floods, they just happen sometimes, and, you know, despite our best efforts. So at this point in time, I still don't support raising the road. I don't think that all of those, so the only other thing I'm gonna say, it sounds like council wants more information, which is fair. I mean, that's fair. But at the end of the day, what I'm gonna ask my colleagues is, rather than take a summer break, this needs to come back sooner. If we wait till the end of summer, we're going to add another year onto this project, and I don't think that's fair to anybody involved. So I think we need to have another meeting, colleagues, you know, in the next week or two, where all the information you need to make this decision can be presented. That's my thoughts, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I think to build a good relationship with administration, we've got to trust in their abilities to be able to provide as much feedback and much information as possible. I will not be supporting this motion because I feel, and I will not support it coming back. I feel that you've done a great job. I feel that your team beside you has done a great job to make sure that you've informed council. If not, then that's, you know, entirely on the administration and the team that you work with. But I mean, from a council's perspective, my perspective, I feel that you've done a great job providing as much information as you can to help move and help our abilities to make a concrete decision and a reliable decision. I'm not going to support it coming back. I think that we have the ability to make the decision now, and I won't. I do not support flood mitigation moving forward at all, and I don't mind the bouncy castles. They're nice, green, and they're bright, and the kids like the color. Thanks.
Councillor Stroud.
Hello,
Thank
Mr.
you, Mayor
Mayor. I'm
Bowman.
speaking out.
Yes, you'll get your turn.
I agree with Mayor Bowman's recommendation. I believe legal has given us some solid information in regards to insurance, and I think we need to, absorb that, and hopefully you can come back within 30 days. I'm sure the RCMP will be able to provide you with some very valuable information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. CO Hunter.
From what we've heard, we need to take it back. We need to have a look at it. We have two options that were presented tonight. There was the raising of the road and there was the building of the berm. So basically, there's two options that are there. We've also heard that the option of look at what it would look like to bring in temporary flood protection throughout the year. Those are free options. The two options we presented earlier tonight, we can bring them back with an assessment of safety, and also maybe bring in a SEPTED expert to have a look at our design and see what we can do with that. And then also to answer Councillor Banjoko's comment there, we could also do a value engineering exercise on both of those to see whether there's any possible savings to reduce the cost. Is there any more that council think that we need to add, or do we need to look for other options? I don't even know if there is any.
Right now, I think that's good, CO. Thank you. I'll just get to the other councillors, but I think that covers. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. And I just got another sermon, Sir Al. So my logic is this: road is built, and if the temporary dike is only for that 400-meter section, and it only costs the municipality $400,000 a year, they'd probably buy those and put out the temporary diking. People might get mad, but you know what? You can put out temporary diking a lot longer for $55-60 million that we're talking about here this evening. So I hate getting lectured from a guy that hasn't sat down, really heard the multiple stories. I heard tonight, it was last minute administration. So the 200 wasn't voted by council the last time around. It was impeded by the federal government, for clarity. Everybody wants to keep people safe. We spent $7 million this spring to look like we had lots of money. So back to through the chair, Councillor Al Granderson. If I can take $20 million and spend it over the next 20 years, or spend $50 million in 2 weeks, I think I'll go with the latter. And the road is already built. Governments are directing this. Where are they at? So I'm sick of hearing that we're not looking at all the angles. Maybe after 13 years, the guy gets a bit fed up. I hate being lectured by people that think they're smarter or better than other people. That gets us nowhere. That's my reason why I said we have a road, and there's winters coming. Like next winter, we won't need diking. Think about that. We flooded out 3 times since 77. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me opportunity. I just wanted to ask a question to Mr. White. Do we know beforehand how much flood is coming and what is the volume of it, what is height it is going to gain? Is it possible?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, no, it's not possible to predict future activities of the river.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question. So that accordingly we may make some temporary arrangements. But anyhow, I'm not there to spend so much money at the cost of laying off innocent
Okay,
lower,
thanks, Councillor Dogar.
lower level. Thank you.
There's- Yes, he hears. Councillor Weigel? Your light was on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to reiterate that I am for flood mitigation. I think it's important. I think the safety of our community is the most important on top of that. And so I am agreeable to what you were saying before. I would like to withdraw my last motion and put forward a referral motion that the matter be referred back to administration for further review and report back with more information, including safety and advice and or opinion of the RCMP and options for flood mitigation for Reach 6.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Thank you for the second, Councillor Ball. Councillor Cardinal?
Oh, it's second?
It's already seconded, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now you can talk, debate. Yep.
It's just on the computer there.
Okay, I mean, we've heard from the public about the safety and involvement from the RCMP. I don't think the RCMP to come and tell us again that it's not safe or it's safe because we've already heard from them. I know from my past experience in the Willows that no matter where we go or what we do, there's going to be an unsafe community and there's going to be a safe community at any point. But I feel that I don't need to have RCMP come and tell me that it's not going to be safe or it's going to be safe. I feel that they've done that already, and I really appreciate Superintendent Hancock and his team. I appreciate their commitment to keeping the community safe. But I know we as municipal councillors as well as municipal community members, I know where not to go and what's safe and unsafe and how to move on it. And I'm not going to support this moving forward. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. I always appreciate your view and insight. And I do agree with you. I think the team has done a great job with engagement. And I think you guys, I've seen a few of them, and I think you guys have done an exceptional job. I just know that this is, as Councillor Ball said, a generational decision. And sometimes, sorry, you said that he agreed with you. You said, Mr. Wright said it was a generational decision. And sometimes in engagement, there isn't the pointed questions that sometimes we need answered, I think, to be able to make this decision. And so, again, this isn't a knock at the engagement. You guys have done an absolutely unbelievable job. There's just some safety questions before we make a generational decision here that I would like answered before going forward. So for me, that was the reason for the referral, to gather more information before we really go forward. Again, as we talked about, the people have, in engagements, have said they wanted mitigation. So I think that is important. I think that's not what's on the table. I think it's the safety issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel, and I agree. I will be supporting this as well. So I don't see any other questions, so I'll call for a vote.
Opposed? You're opposed?
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And Councillor Dogar? Is that in favor of Councillor Dogar? Is that for or against Councillor Dogar? Is that opposed or for? Oh, you're on mute. Sorry, Councillor Dogar, you're on mute.
Opposed?
Thank you. And that's carried 7-3. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Elliot. Moving on, next agenda item, responding to Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action in Fort McMurray with Buffalo 2023 annual update. We have the reporting. I'd like to invite Dennis Fraser and company. Whenever you're ready, Dennis.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. For the record, my name is Dennis Fraser, and I am the Director of Indigenous and Rural Relations, or IRR. With me this evening are Angela Woods, to my right, and Rita Cancunda, to my left. They're both reconciliation advisors. It is with gratitude the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo acknowledges this land is Treaty 8 territory, the traditional lands of the Cree, Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. We would like to express our thanks as we acknowledge artist, knowledge keeper, and member of Fort McKay First Nation, Frederick MacDonald. His artwork is featured throughout this presentation and the report. We are grateful for his contribution and for allowing his art to continue to be featured in IR's updates. As you can see, a lot of the art that's in this council chambers. When the Pathways report was introduced to Council in September of 2021, administration committed to sharing annual updates on the organization's progress in responding to truth and reconciliation. Additionally, a comprehensive report is due every 4 years to align with Council's term to ensure that all efforts are prioritized, measured, and shared. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada was established in 2008 as part of the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. It was intended to guide Canadians through the difficult discovery of fact-finding surrounding the residential school system. The Commission's report was published in 2015 and included 94 calls to action. The calls are actionable recommendations intended to aid the healing process and prevent these abuses from ever happening again. In 2016, Council requested that administration conduct a review of the calls to action. At that time, 23 were identified that the municipality had the jurisdiction to action or influence. Tonight, IRR presents an overview of the efforts towards advancing reconciliation. To begin, we would like to highlight some of the incredible initiatives that took place in 2023. On March 31st, support was provided for National Indigenous Languages Day in Fort Chipewyan. This event brought community members together to celebrate and revitalize Cree and Dene languages through interpretive languages workshops, storytelling, and rich discussions. The Missing, Murdered, and Exploited Indigenous Peoples Task Force, or MMEIP Task Force, focused on initiatives that created awareness. Examples of these included the Honor and Remember Gallery, right outside these doors here, and the Red Dress Day Solidarity Walk. They served as a solemn reminders of the staggering rates of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited people, not only in our region, but across the nation. On June 21st, the community came together in a good way for National Indigenous Peoples Day, an annual celebration to honor the Cree, Dene, and Métis traditions and teachings. Truth and reconciliation champions were established with staff from across the organization to foster accountability and awareness. On September 28th, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation was commemorated with a memorial walk and gathering. A survivors' dinner was hosted to honor those who attended residential schools along with their families. Staff were encouraged to participate in a 4-week Truth and Reconciliation Challenge. The It's Time to Read book club, in partnership with the Wood Buffalo Regional Library, featured the works and voices of Indigenous authors. On October 4th, the MMEIP Task Force held a Sisters in Spirit Day gathering at the Raphael Cree boat launch to honor the memory of the more than 1,200 missing or murdered Indigenous women, girls across Canada. By year end, 10 of 12 protocol agreements were signed with Indigenous communities in the region. The attached report provides a comprehensive summary of the organization's progress on the advancement of the 30 calls to action throughout 2023. It also provides an overview as to why administration is recommending the adoption of 3 additional calls to action. As we continue to move forward, our goal is to strengthen treaty relationships as we recognize the importance of treaty rights and that we are all treaty people. This is significant as 2024 marks the 125th anniversary of the signing of Treaty 8. Using UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, as a framework for reconciliation, we will continue to engage with the nations of the region through the protocol agreements. As an initiative that is supported by Alberta municipalities, we will support and encourage the library to provide ongoing opportunities for education and reflections about residential schools. The development of information kits for newcomers to the region on Indigenous history will help foster a deeper understanding of Indigenous ways of knowing and being. The municipality remains committed to reconciliation through engagement, advocacy, and awareness, promoting healing and understanding for Wood Buffalo's inclusive future. Therefore, the following is being recommended by administration. That Council accept the 2023 annual update as information. That Council formally adopt Call to Action 45. That Council formally adopt Call to Action 69. And that Council formally adopt Call to Action 93. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate the report and appreciate everything you do in the community. Thanks for all over the region. Councillor, who's on there? Councillor McGrath?
Well, sir, I'm sorry. I think I had my hand up.
Oh, it's okay. No problem. Thanks, Councillor McGrath. Thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me opportunity. Thank you very much, presenters. Very nice presentation. I just wanted to thank the director, Dennis Fraser, for always helping me and trying to teach me or put me wise on Indigenous affairs problems and what all is going. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Do you have any questions from Council? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Dennis and all for the presentation. I particularly like and appreciate the Call to Action 93, which would help new immigrants to be able to learn about the history of the Indigenous people. It took me a whole lot to get to where I am, and I don't think if I wasn't involved at this level, I might not be exposed to the kind of information that would help. So that is, I'm particularly pleased to see that, and I hope we get that done. And I think 69 also ties into that, if the information is out in the public libraries, if I'm getting it correctly. So thank you. It's not a question, it's a comment of commendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. To the chair, to the presenters, thank you for the presentation. My question is, from a high-level perspective, from IRR, what support most to IRR from this council? What would be one of the high level things that, from your perspective, that we could push from IRR?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I think one has to look back at our report, our 2022 report, in the sense that we did benchmarking right across the country, 50 some different communities, and where we shook out in that benchmarking as being number one throughout the country in most areas, with the exception of Edmonton, based on population. And so one doesn't, or a department or IRR does not accomplish things like that without the full support of this council. And throughout my term here with this council, IRR have received tremendous support in all our initiatives. And some of them are very tough. Some of the challenges we deal with, like missing and murdered, it's not an easy thing to face that reality, but, you know, council stepped up in the last couple of years, and through funding and through the task force that was supported. Now, having said that, this is our third year. Our first year was the Pathways Forward, and then this is our second annual report. Now, going forward, we're getting to the third year of this council, and then looking at bringing it home, I guess, in a year or so. We've taken a look at the things that we can advance through the calls to action. We started off with 23, and now they're 30, and then we're looking at 3 more for 33. And, you know, we scrutinize these all the time, and there's probably not a whole lot more that we can actually take a look at in action. So one of the things that we need to do, I guess, need some support on as we look at this coming year, and then what we're going to do for 2025 is probably one of the things I hear most of the last 2 to 3 years is Indigenous economic reconciliation. And I guess I asked myself, what is that? What exactly is it? And how can we move that forward? Because Indigenous economic reconciliation is more than economic development. It's about cultural spaces. It's about the big ticket items we do with the missing and murdered. It's about our partnerships with ATC. It's about our partnerships with all the leadership that we have around here. And so how do we take a look at what Indigenous economic reconciliation looks like? And that is one of the things that we want to move forward with the support of council. There is a national, we do research in that. Nationally, there's the National Indigenous Economic Strategy that's about 2 years old that we want to take a look at. And it's no point in reinventing the wheel if something's already out there. There's FCM. They've got a booklet on UNDRIP, and we're taking a look at that. We've been using UNDRIP as a framework for some time, in which was the formation of the protocol agreements. So kind of a long-winded question there on where we need to go. And economic reconciliation, like I mentioned, is more than just jobs. We've got a lot of astute business people here. We've got NABA. And so what we got to do is just wrap all of this together in a strategy and get that support. And I know there's a lot of times that we look forward to other municipalities, even provinces, on what they're doing, looking for that silver bullet on what else we can do here. But, you know, when we reach out, a lot of times they see what we're doing here, and we're ahead of the game. I reached out just a few days ago to a deputy minister on what they were doing. And, we talk about our protocol agreements and what we're doing. And with UNDRIP, adopting UNDRIP as a framework. And one of the big things that he talked about was big challenges was FPIC, free, prior, informed consent through UNDRIP. And I know our lawyer over there will cringe at that and what that means. But, he put it quite simply. It's more than just a veto of projects and things like that. It's actually having a conversation, and it's about that relationship. And as long as you have that relationship, and you don't have to start worrying about things like vetoes and FPIC and things like that. And he pointed out that we're already going down that path with the protocol agreements. In fact, Section 10 of the protocol agreements is that very thing. UNDRIP is a framework. So that is where I'd like to go this year towards perhaps, I don't know, maybe the fourth quarter, and put together some kind of a strategy that affects the whole region. This is everybody's. This is everybody's deal. Everybody's. This is not just an Indigenous thing. We are all treaty people, and this has to be, with the businesses. It has to be through economic development. It has to be the person that's homeless. It has to be the person that's out on the street, the individual family members. It's all encompassing. And I think when we do that, as a region, we're that much stronger. And people will keep looking at what is it that we're doing up here. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Or should I say Director Fraser? Adopting the calls to action. Besides these, have we? I can't remember if we have adopted calls to action other than 92 and 93.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we've adopted 30.
30.
30, and then if these three get adopted as recommended, that will be 33, and that's certainly a whole lot more than most, in fact, all municipalities across the country.
When you talk about economic reconciliation, do you feel that the current economic development strategy is, like you said, encompassing around? Actually, no, I won't ask that question. That's I guess so. How important do you feel that economic development should have in the reconciliation process and involving the rural communities and what they bring to the table?
So the chair to Councillor Cardinal, it certainly is a piece to it because, everybody, in order to be healthy and to be safe, we all need jobs. We need a place to stay. We need to put food in the family, on a table for our family. So economic development is very important. But for what I want to do, it's much larger than that. Economic development is a piece of that. And, it's not lost on me on some of the work that has already gone on here with ECDEV and that. And so they need to become a partner in how we move forward. But it's about history. It's about culture. It's about cultural spaces. It's about, the ATC Cultural Fest. It's about all the things that we do and then some to roll it up together in a strategy. And up until now, our reports have mostly been inward-facing on what we're doing. And I think to really have the proof in the pudding, apart from the benchmarking, I think at some point in time it's got to be outward-facing. And we've got to start engaging externally with our Indigenous partners, with elders, and that's where we're going to see, because we gotta stop and ask ourselves, as I do myself, what is Indigenous economic reconciliation, and we got to get a handle on that. You know, and it goes into the education system with teachers and children and the library. And I think once we get a grasp on that, and that's where we got to go first. What is it? How are we going to do this? There's got to be engagement, and we got to find out what this means to move forward. And, you know, that's going to be a strategy in itself that, that we're prepared to embark on.
Thank you. Oh, I did want to say how intrigued about I am with the sixth floor, because you got a diverse working group, and it's a perfect example about true reconciliation, because it's not only one race that makes this floor and this organization very strengthening. It shows. And I'm learning from each and every one of you, and I really, really admire the diversity that comes out of the work you guys do, and I really appreciate it, and you have the full support of all of us and myself, and keep plugging along. So thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, thanks for that. And it wasn't my intent to sit up here and ask all the questions. I have a team. I'm not a speaking head. These my colleagues here, they do the work. And Rita is the reconciliation advisor, economic reconciliation advisor, and that's why she's here. She gives me these ideas. She puts me in touch with a deputy minister, and you know, it's she reaches out like that. So that's her role, and that's why she's here. And the idea was for her to speak to Call to Action 45. And you know, we have Angela here, who has a degree in or a background in education. In my role and what I do, the power of the pen is very important to me, to be able to write, because we often write letters and responses for Your Worship there and the CEO and the chiefs and councils and that. So that skill set is valuable to me, along with the background in education. So you're right, we need a diverse team to do what we do.
Perfect. Thank you, Dennis, and thanks for the questions, Councilor Cardinal. Does anyone else have any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Angela. Thanks for everything you guys are doing, and I'm glad I'm allowed on the second floor now, so that's a big deal. Thanks, everybody. Can someone make the motion? Councilor Cardinal?
Okay. Hold on, let me find the page here. I got lost in appreciation. Page 6. All right, there we go. I have to put my glasses on for that one. Hey, I move that the attached report responding to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action in Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo 2023 annual update be accepted as information. Number 2, Call to Action 45 be formally adopted, which calls upon the Government of Canada on behalf of all Canadians to jointly develop with Aboriginal peoples a royal proclamation of reconciliation to be issued by the Crown. Number 3, Call to Action number 69, recommended by Alberta municipalities, be formally adopted, which encourages libraries to commit more resources to public education and programming focus on residential schools. Number 4, Call to Action 93, recommended by Alberta municipalities, be formally adopted, which calls on all governments to create and/or revise information kits for newcomers to reflect a more inclusive history of the diverse Aboriginal peoples of Canada, including information about the treaties and the history of residential schools.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Thank you for the second, Councilor Boussier. Do we have any other comments, debate points, or discussion from Council? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. I have seen some solid work towards truth and reconciliation in my ward, which includes support from both administration, council, and industrial partners like Synovus. This includes council approving land and industrial partners like Synovus providing funding for much-needed housing in Conklin and Johnville. Thank you. Another important piece of work going forward is administration in the Indigenous Rural Relations and Planning and Development Divisions are aware of land ownership issues throughout the region and in alignment with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission Call to Action number 47. Administration is actively working to resolve these issues as they have been ignored for far too long. We understand this is a large undertaking and pleased it is on the municipality radar. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I just want to recognize you and your team for the great work that you do. You advise us well. You keep on moving forward. I had a ton of questions, and you answered them all as we went through. And so I know that it's not just one person, it's a full team. And I just want to thank you to each and every one of you to keep us ahead of the game, but also to continue, moving forward to make sure that we are doing what we can here. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. I don't see any more questions, so I'll call for a vote.
Generally support, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Yes, I support it.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. So thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 5-minute bio break. Now 5 minutes. So let's be back here in 5 minutes. 8:03. 5 minutes. There's also washrooms located in the hallway. Welcome back, everyone. Next we have the report on investment policy, FIN 140. I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Corporate Services, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here this evening to present the revised investment policy, FIN 140, for Council consideration. The current investment policy was approved by Council on October 18, 2016, and is due for revision. There's minimal change from the previous policy. There are two minor changes being recommended, the first being the increase of the corporate bond holdings from 40% to 60%. This is typical for most municipal investment portfolios and is within the existing category of permitted investments under the Municipal Government Act. By having the option to expand the exposure of the municipality's holdings into corporate bonds, we enhance the opportunity of increasing the bond yield while maintaining safety of principal and credit quality of the overall portfolio. The second change is an increase to the 2% per security restriction on the overall portfolio to 5%. By increasing the per security restriction to 5%, opportunities are enhanced to allow for increased returns via a more optimized portfolio while still maintaining a very conservative per security set. These changes are recommended to provide administration with enhanced opportunity to diversify the municipality's holdings towards increased yields while maintaining the safety of principal and credit quality of the overall portfolio. These recommendations are in compliance with the legislative requirements under the Municipal Government Act. The investment portfolio priorities remain intact from the original policy in priority order as follows. Number 1, safety. Investments shall be undertaken in a manner that seeks to ensure preservation of capital. Number 2, liquidity. The investment portfolio shall remain sufficiently liquid to meet all operating and capital cash requirements that may be reasonably anticipated. Number 3, return on investments. Investment of funds shall be structured with the objective of attaining a total return commensurate with the respective portfolio benchmarks. Administration is requesting that Council approve the revisions to the investment policy FIN 140 as per Attachment 1 dated July 9th, 2024. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Laurie. Do we have any questions from Council? I'm not seeing any. Can someone make the motion? Oh, a bunch of lights just came on. Are you making the motion or asking questions? Motion. Councillor Weigel, you win.
I move that the investment policy FIN 140, as outlined as Attachment 1 dated July 10th, 2024, be approved.
Thank you for the second, Councillor Ball. Does Council have any discussion, debate points, or comments? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Great to see amendments being done on the FIN 140 policy to ensure the RMWB is getting the best rate of return on investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Do you have any other questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I should have maybe asked a question earlier. Laurie, is there any reason we need to be that conservative? Could we be more aggressive with our investments, or is there a limit on what we can invest in, or what?
Through the chair, Councillor Ball, yes, there is. Right now, we have a restriction of 40% based on policy. 60 is the maximum, as I understand. No. Oh, pardon me. Maybe I could invite Ashley up here. She is our expert. No?
Oh, she's
okay.
Good.
There's no restriction. We just keep it at 60 because of the 3 corporates are the least safe, but still very safe.
Okay, is there anything preventing a municipality from going out and buying thousands of dollars worth of Suncor, CNRL, Tesla?
That we cannot do.
Just bonds?
Well, there's certain securities, but it has to be AAA, very secure.
Okay. But there's a product available that's probably out in the marketplace, it's going to give us a better return than a corporate bond that we'd be eligible, that would be an eligible purchase or investment?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I'm not certain of that. It's something we would have to review our guidelines. Under the Municipal Government Act, we are somewhat restricted. It's taxpayers' money. We have to be very conservative. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we are restricted in with our investment brokers and the MGA, so we can only invest in fixed income securities with a rating of A or higher. So bonds are the only thing we can purchase right now on top of GICs, which are incredibly liquid and don't provide a really good return.
Right.
But we don't have the ability to go into the equity market because there's a lot more risk there, and the MGA won't allow us to do it. We have to get special approval and then vet it through legal to do that.
So, just for clarification, if you had special approval, you could do it, or you still couldn't do it?
Yes, we could seek approval to enter the equity market based on like Schedule I banks. There still would be credit ratings that would be required. Like Schedule I banks would be approved.
Like RBC or CIBC or something?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Do we have any other questions? Councillor Dogar?
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me opportunity. I just want to, it's a nice presentation, always great pleasure to hear you presenters, Lori. I just want to ask you how much is the amount that is saving that we want to invest? Can I know it, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we have approximately $1 billion in investments right now. Is $1.1 billion in investments. Does that answer your question?
That is great, but really, we are rich people. But I just want to ask you that where is it invested so far?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we have a number of investments across 3 different portfolio or broker managers. I can't remember the term. Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we currently have bond holdings in corporate bonds, provincial bonds, and federal bonds. So we have a few Government of Canada bonds, about 15%, and we have 48% in provincial bonds, and we are dispersed across Canada, all provinces, and we have 36% in corporate bonds, and we hold RBC, National Bank, BMO, HSBC, Scotiabank, and TD.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I always cringe when somebody says, how much money are we managing in the bank, and they hear one number, but they don't hear what the commitment of that number is. So can you throw me out a ballpark? So you said we're managing about $1 billion, and how much of that $1 billion already committed, just so the public knows as well, please? Ballpark.
To the chair to Councillor Grandison, of that, about upwards of $700 million is committed.
So we're managing $1 billion, but 700 of that billion is already committed to projects and other things. So we have a much smaller available portfolio than people might think. Thank you.
The uncommitted, yes.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you very much. And we'll call for a vote. Councillor McGrath, how do you vote?
For?
Thank you. Councillor Dogar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
For it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you, Ashley. Next up, we have bylaw number 24/016, Natural Resource Extraction Supports Project Tax Incentive, which will be presented for the second and third readings tonight. I'd like to invite Patrick White, Legal Services, to present, please.
Good
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Patrick White, a Municipal Legal Counsel from the Legal Services Department. I'm here to present a proposed amendment to a recently passed bylaw, the Natural Resources Extraction Support Project Tax Incentive Bylaw. This was passed on May 28th, not long ago. Since we passed it, we've had a great deal of interest from companies that would like to take part in this incentive. However, under the current bylaw, they are not eligible. They have reached out to us to see what we could do to change things, and administration is coming forth with the recommendation for some minor amendments to the bylaw. The original bylaw specifically excluded designated industrial properties because that is the basis of our tax revenue, and to exempt these designated industrial properties, also known as DIPs, from taxes would be fiscally unwise, to say the least. However, small-scale projects would be not as significant impact. So the administration recommends allowing designated industrial properties at a maximum of $500 million. These are small scale. I understand $500 million is not small for most people, but the large oil and gas facilities up here are in the 5 trillion range. So 500 million is like drop in the bucket. These are small downstream or midstream plants. And so by amending the bylaw, we would allow these small plants to start up in our region. And we have one that, if this amendment passes, they want me to immediately go up to my office and send out the application. They are that ready to go. If there are no other questions, that is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Patrick, for your presentation. How much of a financial increase is that for us here? Is that too much of a big of a question for that? I just kind of want to get some numbers around that because it's piqued my interest in just knowing that, support project, the tax incentive. The tax incentive is something we want to support and change in this bylaw. Maybe a quick number for clarity for myself and my council colleagues and the public, please.
I'm going to have my colleague Kivan Navadi to come in and answer that question.
To Councillor Cardinal, these investments depends how much we get. Like assuming if we get $100 million, then we will have maybe assessment of about $20 million, and 1% of it will be the tax revenue. So it will be about like $2 million in $100 million project. With that, but we don't know how many investments we will get. Depends on how many applications, how many interests we get, and that will be. These are the monies that basically we don't have any revenue. These will be the future revenues. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
Oh, thanks to the chair. Thanks, Navid. Navid, right? No. Huh? Avid. Oh, Avid. Okay, I was close. I appreciate your response. Yeah, that was what I was asking. I guess my next question would be how many of the smaller do we have? No, do we have a resource book of how many relations we have with the industry partners? And how many, actually go with that one first.
To Councillor Cardinal, we have an industry relationship staff in our administration, which they are continuously working with industry and building the relationships. From assessment taxation purpose, if you're asking, we do have a good relationship with them, and majority we have the larger companies here, and smaller ones, like I don't have the numbers, but okay. Majority are Suncor, Syncor, those famous companies. That's the majority.
Okay, maybe. No, I don't have no more questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Shroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. Has there been any benchmarking or discussions with other specialized municipalities, such as Sturgeon County, which appears to have a similar tax incentive program?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes, we have benchmarked Sturgeon County and Strathcona County. We have largely modeled our bylaw onto theirs. They allow designated industrial properties. They do not have a cap, but they do not have the $5 trillion projects that we have. They simply don't have the infrastructure. So, but we have used them as a basis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar?
Sorry, I don't want to ask any question.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? Not seeing any. Thanks for all your work you did on this. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates for this item. Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison? Oops, sorry, Al.
That bylaw number 24/016 be an amendment to the Natural Resource Extraction Support Project bylaw number 24-009 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Thank you for the second, Councillor Boussier. Do you have any debate, discussion, or comments from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for vote. Councillor McGrath and Dogar in favor?
Yes, favor.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Grandison?
I move that bylaw number 24/016 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Thank you for the second, Councillor Ball. Are there any debate, discussion, or comments of council? Councillor Stroud, did you have something or no? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just want to know if it looks like we have some prospective companies that will come in, and that is a positive thing to hear. And I just want to double confirm that it means these companies might be coming to our community or to our region, established businesses, and hopefully we can see some employment and other activities in our region. That's my interpretation.
To Chair, to Councillor Bonjoko, we do our best to company to join the municipality and participate in our economy. But there is a criteria in bylaw, and we will review it strictly, and we will make sure they meet all requirements. Then they will get the exemptions, and hopefully they will do the investments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. So call for vote. Councilor McGrath, Councilor Dogar?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor McGrath.
Vote for.
Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Next, we have bylaw number 24/014, Audit and Budget Committee, which is being presented for all three readings, but I have a motion first. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I want to make the motion that the matter be deferred back to administration and be directed to consider the City of Calgary structure and bring back a second bylaw option to be presented to Council within 30 days, working with Mayor Bowman, Councillor Bougiers, and Councillor Stroud. The main reason is it is not in alignment with what Councillor Bougiers expected in the bylaw. Council also supported Councillor Bougiers' motion when he put it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Can I have a second for that? And seconded by Councillor Benjoko. Thank you. And Councillor Stroud, would you like to speak to that, or let Councillor Boussier speak to it? Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Boussier, speak to the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Councillor Stroud for bringing this forward. I do want to thank Jade, our CLO, for her work and her team's work, because they provided some information I couldn't get from different communities, Medicine Hat and Lethbridge, and so I do appreciate that, Jade. I guess my question through the chair to our CAO is, we had this discussion 2 months ago. Council voted unanimously, and I thought we all left the room thinking that it was going to be something similar to the Calgary bylaw that Jade and her team had provided, and we end up with something that looks like a copy and paste from an audit committee that Councillor Stroud and I sat on in 13 or 2014. So I guess I'm just wondering how we go from one bylaw, or a bylaw that I thought was going to look similar to the one in Calgary, to something that was just what we had in 13 and 14 or 15. So I guess I'm just wondering.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, when we discussed this and started looking at it, it sounded very much like a standing committee of council, and a standing committee of council is basically made of councillors, and that's the reason it was brought forward the way that it is. I still see this as being a standing committee of council, so it should really be made up of council. Council have they have the responsibility for provide governance and oversight. And for all our budget and activities, so I think that's where it still lies. But I'll take it back, and we can look at the Calgary model again.
Certainly, we will be looking at the Calgary model. Okay, I'll just work with Councillor Stroud and the mayor, and we'll hopefully have something. Well, we will have something back in 30 days, which will look significantly different than what was presented tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Does council have any questions? I'm not seeing. Okay, press your button. There you go.
I guess the motion. Are we not reading the first motion? Or are we just? Are you amending this committee?
No, I can give you some clarify. Councillor Carter, where Councillor Stroud has referred it back to administration to come back, because Councillor Boussier's motion wasn't as expected. So we're not going to be doing those 3 readings of that bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor.
No problem. Do you have any questions of council? Not Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair, and I just want to thank Councillor Boussier, because when we had 4 standing committees, I think we were able to educate each other as councillors, and we wouldn't have half of the storms we have today. I'd like to thank Councillor Boussier. The committees work well, informed as councillors and informed as a family, because information around here is pretty precious. So commend them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Appreciate your insight. With that, we'll call for a vote. Councillor McGrath in favor. Councillor Dogar. Thank you.
Favor.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to item 6.1, Councillor's motion. I'll ask Councillor Ball to read out his motion, please. Page 14. It's B at the end.
No, MVP would come before Councillor's motion.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Ball. I've been corrected. I'm going to get out my folder to start reading.
The MVP items.
What's this? So we don't have a presentation for that, but Councillor Ball, do you have any comments, suggestions on that MDP? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I guess the reason I removed that from the consent agenda is the MDP is a governing document that's going to lead this region for the next 20-ish years, and if it's introduced in the consent agenda, we don't hear about it again until September now. So I was hoping that we could at least have a brief discussion about the MDP and what it entails, so we could stew on it over the summer months, considering the document is, several pages. It's a couple hundred pages. So it's a pretty important document, and I thought the public should be aware that this document is out there for consideration.
Thanks, Paul. I agree. It's, as you said, it's 504 pages, but has a lot of updated information as the last MDP was done quite a few years ago. And this will be what guides our region in the next 20 years. So for any residents, it is online there. They can take a look through it. And as well as my council colleagues, both myself and Councillor Ball have it sitting in front of us, and it's a good read. Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Ball. Amanda, do you want to speak to any of it? You got it?
Thank you. Through the chair, the comments that have been made about the Municipal Development Plan being the region's guiding document are accurate. Basically, any future growth that our region sees will align to the Municipal Development Plan. It looks at more than just development and physical growth. It looks at social and community growth as well. So there's more than just one user group that would align and refer to the Municipal Development Plan for future guidance. We quite often use it internally, but a lot of user groups utilize the document outside of the municipality, and it is an important document for our residents to take a look at, as Councillor Ball has suggested, over the summer months. We look at population growth in the Municipal Development Plan, and we try to align any future growth areas and guiding principles to what our future population will look like. It is a long document. We've tried to make it as easily to read as possible, but we do encourage residents to take a look, and as it's suggested, it is online and available for review. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Councillor Grandison?
Mayor, through the chair, Amanda, you and your staff, I just wanted to, whether people are always happy with any of the contents, I just wanted to acknowledge the significant work that your staff went through to produce this document. My guess is you've had many late nights hammering over computer keyboards trying to put this together in a timely fashion. And I just wanted to reach out and please have you congratulate your staff for the significant effort that was involved in producing a document of this nature. And I know you spoke rather modestly of its value. I know if I was a developer coming, we talk about economic development, if I was a developer coming into this region, I'd want to look at this document. It would have so much of the information that I would require to make a good business decision, and I'm not sure people always understand that. So again, thank you for the considerable effort that went into it.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and I want to thank Amanda's department for putting on the workshops for the Municipal Development Plan and flood mitigation. It was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Can someone make the motion? It'll be on your screen. Councillor Benjoko?
I move that bylaw number 24/015 being the Municipal Development Plan 2024 to 2044 be read a first time, and that the required public hearing be scheduled for September 10th, 2024.
Thank you. Thank you for the second, Councillor Grandison. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or debate points? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Dogar and Councillor McGrath. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, moving on to item number 6.1, Councillor's motion. I'll ask Councillor Ball to read his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas procedure bylaw number 18020 outlines the procedures for a councillor to make a motion introducing a new matter, and whereas a councillor may make a motion introducing a new matter if council passes a resolution dispensing with notice as outlined in section 114B, and whereas council should only dispense with notice in emergent and or emergency situations where there is unanimous agreement to do so. Therefore, be it resolved that administration bring forward an amendment to the procedure bylaw that adjusts section 114 to include unanimous consent as required to dispense notice.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Ball, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I mean, this is introduced because of obviously things that happened recently, and I believe that if we're going to push something through, there needs to be a real reason why. And, you know, whether it be an emergency or it be timing of a certain event that's taking place that needs an answer immediately, that it should, and if not, it has to have unanimous consent.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Do we have any delegates for this item?
We have no delegates for this item.
Does council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Ball, for bringing this forward. It just kind of cleans it up so it doesn't make it so whimsical that we can address something. The provision of waiving that needs to be in an emergent thing. And so I very much appreciate this and will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor McGrath.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for Councillor Ball. What would be, did you say unanimous consent?
Correct.
And unanimous would be the 11 elected officials?
Correct. Whoever's present.
The 11 elected officials will have to be in the House all the time?
Sorry?
So we'd have to wait to bring a motion forward? Like, I know there might come a time where a couple of councillors are off.
Yeah, it's whoever's present at the meeting.
Okay, and it had to be 100% vote because it didn't come across like that, Councillor Ball.
Yeah, no, whoever's present at the meeting.
Yeah, because there are going to be times where councillors, I think the big slight in the last go around was blown out of proportion. Going to be people that are not always able to time their events, that you might miss a council meeting or two.
Yep.
But I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I agree with this motion that it is required to be unanimous consent to dispense notice and should only be used in emergency situations. I also want to thank resident Ron Peleche for asking this motion to come forward. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And we'll be supporting the motion for obvious reasons. This kind of checks and balances are necessary to avoid point of order. Councillor Ball. Thank you.
If we keep the talk down while someone's speaking, please.
Yep.
It's I almost lost my my thought because of the distraction. So this is necessary so that this will provide the checks that is needed so that it's not abused, whether knowingly or unknowingly. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Ball, a good motion you have presented. I am with you. Good job.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. And I'll be supporting this motion as well, Councilor Ball. It's a great initiative, and I think it's something that should have been in there in the first place. So with that, I will call for a vote. Councilor Dogar?
Yes. Yes.
And Councilor McGrath, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. For the next council's motion, I ask Councilor Bussier to read out his motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Whereas the municipality maintains and owns a number of assets, and whereas the administration has brought forward the projection on the municipal assets and the costs associated with maintaining and operating them. Therefore, be it resolved that administration investigate the disposal / sale of municipal assets that are no longer in use, or those assets that have low repurpose potential, and bring forward a detailed disposal plan, which may include options such as sale, donation, recycling, or other appropriate disposal methods, in alignment with all relevant policies and regulations, along with an updated asset management policy.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Thank you for the second, Councilor Grandison, and I'll let Councilor Bussier speak to his motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Blake. I won't keep it long. Mayor Blake, oh yeah. Well, I got called Councilor Ball a couple times tonight. Sorry, Mayor Bowman. Yeah, I bet you have. The reason for this is, I mean, I drive around Gregoire and I notice the Gregoire Fire Hall sitting vacant. I don't know if we have a purpose. I drive down McLeod-McIver Street. There's those lots that we expropriated or purchased back in 13 or 14. They're sitting vacant. And I'm sure there's other assets. And I was just, maybe if we could have someone look into it, whether we sell them or donate them or turn them park space. I mean, and maybe there's no interest in the Gregoire Fire Hall or the vacant lots. But I mean, they're certainly, I think they're not doing us any good by just sitting there. So, and I'm sure that, like I said, there's probably other assets that I haven't thought of or are available. So that's the real reason for this motion.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no registered delegates for this item.
Thank you. If we have any comments, debate points from council? I'm not saying yes, so I'll start. I definitely agree with this, Councilor Bussier. I think that's a great initiative, and as yourself, I've seen that fire hall empty for a while, and those lots, and I think we could definitely divest yourself and put some money in the bank. CO?
Just through the chair to Councillor Bussier and to council, this was actually part of the plan with the asset management plan going forward, was to identify those assets that were no longer useful to us, and it could be disposed of. And this will need to be an ongoing process, so it will become part of the asset management policy. And just on the Gregoire Fire Hall, we would get rid of that quite quickly. But the only problem is, there is asbestos issues with that, so it would be very difficult to get rid of. But it's passing on the liability to someone else, so we may have to demolish it. So the Gregoire Fire Hall, there's asbestos issues there, so we'd have to deal with that. Or if we can get somebody to take that liability, good and well.
Councillor Dogar?
Yes. No. Sorry.
Okay. Do you have any other comments, discussion or debate points from council? Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, I just through the chair to CO. And again, I don't understand the whole disposition when it comes to a property that has asbestos, but I mean, certainly I don't want that to hold up a sale if it's just because asbestos, because my understanding is there's lots of properties that have asbestos, so you can sell them, and it's responsibility of the new owner, or if you don't disturb it, I think you can still continue to use it. So I've never been in that Gregoire Fire Hall, so I don't know if it's a bigger mess than that, if there's more to it than just the asbestos. But hopefully we can do a study that validates whether we can dispose of it or tear it down, I guess. But anyways,
thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Randerson?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Unfortunately, Councilor Bussier and I have both dealt with asbestos at a residential property level, but I am aware of a commercial property level is very different. So I know that when we got those buildings from the province wasn't so kind as to ensure that we got an asbestos-free building. They made sure we got one filled with it. So I just know from a commercial point of view, it's quite challenging, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Dogar?
Study.
Okay. I'll call for a vote. Thank you, Councillor McGrath and Councillor Dogar. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item number 6.3 in Council's motions, I'll ask Councillor McGrath to read his motion. I think you're on mute, Councillor McGrath.
Say sorry, I don't have a copy. Not on me.
Can we get?
So it might pose a challenge, and if it can lay over till September, I'm okay with that too.
Okay, like us put this over to September, Councillor McGrath?
I might as well.
Okay, we'll do that for you, sir.
And then I'll.
That's our next meeting.
I'll come back.
That's our next meeting.
Pardon?
Councillor Cardinal?
Hey, Councillor McGrath, can we move that to a different, the following 2 weeks? Because I believe that our council agenda for September 10th is pretty heavy, so I'd appreciate it if you could please make that amendment on my request, please. Thanks.
As you know, I'm here to work with you, sir. No problem.
What when are you talking about?
Yeah.
September 24th?
Yeah, September 24th, please, and thank you.
Okay, we'll look at those dates because September 24th is AMA.
Right.
So we'll look at that, but we'll say the second council meeting in September.
Are you okay with that, Councillor McGrath?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath, and good pick up, Councillor Cardinal. With that, everyone, have a good summer, what you can make of it, not too smoky. Enjoy your vacation, whoever gets one, and we'll see you in the fall.